Very good morning, Your Excellencies. Welcome to the SPE Abuja Energy and Governance Week 2026. Of course, for photo optics, I'll kindly appeal that if you have a seat that is empty in front of you, you kindly come forward so as to have amazing photo optics for today's event. The second rule, please fill up the second row, please. The second row. I know you have reserved there, but please come forward. Let's fill it up. Our reserved guests will just use the black seat in front. Thank you very much. Please, the second row. I know you have reserved on them. However, appeal that VIPs will sit on the black seat in front. Let's kickstart the event. My singular honor to serve as your master of ceremonies for today. And of course, I welcome a very distinguished excellencies, a very distinguished guests, a very distinguished industry regulators, energy leaders, and of course, partners to this event. This is the maiden edition of the SPE Abuja Energy and Governance Week 2026, the very first time this is happening. If you know you're proud of SPE Abuja, can you give SPE a round of applause, please? Can you celebrate SPE, please? Thank you, thank you. Of course, today we advance a conversation that is critical to the future of Nigeria's energy industry. Welcome to day 2 of the maiden edition of the SPE Abuja Section Energy and Governance Week. Yesterday we had a community impact day where we went to Garki Model Market and we did what SPE is known well to do. For today, which is the ESG Midstream and Downstream Regulators Day, a day dedicated to governance, a day dedicated to accountability, a day dedicated to building an energy value chain that is efficient, sustainable, secure, and globally competitive. Of course, we are dissecting the theme, strengthening the midstream and downstream value chain, governance, efficiency, and energy security. I'm going to ask you a question. What does strengthening mean to you? For me, strengthening means building systems that actually work. It means creating regulatory frameworks that encourage investment, improve transparency, and protect national energy interests. And of course, on behalf of SPE Abuja section, we say a warm welcome. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we kickstart this event with the national anthem. I kindly appeal that we may please rise as we honor our fatherland by singing the very first stanza of the national anthem. You may please rise. Thank you. Media. You may please be seated. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Of course, the SPE is very particular about safety, so we'll switch gears immediately to the safety brief for today. I'll kindly appeal that our media team help us with a short clip that will tell us about safety for today's event. Over to you, media, please.
Nigeria's premier agency for the development of capacity in the oil and gas industry. You are in Nigeria's premium conferencing and meeting venue for oil and gas workshops, seminars, exhibitions, and related events. While in the PTDF building, your safety is our priority, and we urge you to comply with all safety and emergency procedures. Do not use your phone while driving within the PTDF premises. Please observe the 20 km/h speed limit and take note of pedestrians within the PTDF vicinity. When coming into the building, it is important that you go through the safety scanners and also sign the visitors register. These are meant to increase the level of security in the building. While in the premises of the PTDF, ensure you wear your visitor's tag and take your belongings with you at all times. The restrooms are located along the main corridor of the ground floor. The female restroom is opposite the auditorium, the male restroom is opposite the canteen, and the restroom for persons with disabilities is opposite the lift. The PTDF building is an intelligent building, purpose-built with your safety in mind. The building is equipped with smoke and fire detectors that provide advance warning of an emergency. Please note that this building is fitted with surveillance cameras and it is a non-smoking facility. The huge corridor walkways, open concepts, and numerous exit points make for easy evacuation in the unlikely event of an emergency. Wherever you find yourself in the building, take some time to observe the exit points nearest to you, clearly identified by the green walkman. In case of an emergency, please observe the following safety procedures. During an emergency, an alarm will go off and will sound continuously until the emergency situation is contained. Do not panic. Stay calm. Leave all your belongings and follow the direction leading to a safe evacuation from the building. Under no circumstances should you use the lift. Follow the safety evacuation signs and walk orderly to the muster point located beside the entrance gate post. Remain at the muster point until the emergency abates. You will not be allowed to go to the car park or drive out of the premises during an emergency. Do not re-enter the building unless you were told to do so by an HSE officer. Remember, safety is about information, but much more compliance. Have a safe time in the PTDF building.
Thank you very much, PTDF, for that very insightful safety brief. I'd like to also announce that please, for the course of this event, to leave your weapons of mass destructions, of course, your mobile phones on silence. Kindly turn them off so that we may not have calls and interference during our deliberations today. I'll continue this event by recognizing and acknowledging the presence of some of our distinguished leaders and stakeholders who have honored us with their presence today. Please, when I recognize you, I kindly appeal you may please rise and give us a warm smile for the camera. I'll start by recognizing a leader per excellence, coordinating vision, and of course, driving excellence and leading a new era of professional impact in the energy industry. Of course, the section chairman of SPE Abuja, engineer Ikechukwu Okafor, PhD. Please, a round of applause for him. We celebrate your leadership, of course, your strategic direction and commitment to industry development. Of course, also here with us is another leader shaping programmatic excellence and curating conversations that inspire transformation. Speaking of the program's chairman of SPE Abuja section, please help me celebrate Professor Kafayat Adeyemi here present. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us here. Of course, our very host and sponsor for today's event, year in, year out, they keep supporting the Society of Petroleum Engineers Abuja section. Of course, advancing human capital development and positioning Nigeria's energy workforce for global relevance. I'd like to celebrate the Executive Secretary of the PTDF, Professor Shaib Aliyu. Please a round of applause for him. And of course, the PTDF for always giving us this venue whenever we call on them. Thank you. Is that how you celebrate the PTDF? Please celebrate them, please. Thank you. We also like to recognize the presence of another sponsor here present, of course, leading technology-driven solutions and enabling smarter energy business systems. Of course, speaking of the CEO of Cypher Crescent Limited, Ametu Understand, who's joining us virtually. Speaking of Mr. Thank God Egbe, please can we celebrate him, a sponsor for today's event. Also like to recognize the presence of another leader supporting regulatory transparency and contributing to responsible resource governance with the NUPRC. Celebrate Onyeka Gabriela. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Where is she? Okay, ma'am, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, a moderator for today who stepped in, she's also a critical industry leader driving conversations and driving innovation in new energy solutions. Speaking of the business, innovation, and new energies at GSCN, Ekene Ebenebe. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're looking as beautiful as always. Pleasure to meet you. We also have here with us another leader advancing environmental compliance and supporting emissions management strategies across the energy industry. Speaking of the methane and GHG emissions consultant at Flesian and a company, engineer Tenege Joseph Cho. Thank you so much, sir. Celebrate you for joining us. We also celebrate another leader championing clean energy advocacy and driving conversations around sustainable environmental solutions. Speaking of the manager, Clean A Task Force, Dr. Mohammed Aminu. Always a pleasure to see you, sir, at events like this. Of course, we celebrate your dedication to climate responsibility and energy sustainability. Of course, supervising regulatory operations and supporting effective implementation across the midstream and downstream sector. We have a senior manager with the NMDPRA here present, Engineer Moses Garden. A warm welcome to you, sir. We celebrate you and thank you for celebrating and being part of this Energy and Governance Week. Of course, we'd like to celebrate all of the volunteers, the members of the planning committee of this event. We have the chairman here present, Engineer Abdurafi Egbeyemi. We celebrate you, sir. And of course, thank you so much. Please celebrate him, please. And of course, all committee members here present, Dr. Rume, I see you. And of course, all of the volunteers here present. Of course, recognize with deep appreciation all of the BOT members of SPE Abuja section here present. I can see a treasurer. I can see a student affairs chair. Thank you so much. Alternate student affairs chair. We see you, Chinaza. Thank you so much for joining us. Madam Nana Rinton, we see you, we celebrate you. Engineer Kalio, we celebrate you. And of course, all BOT members here present. Of course, we also celebrate all of the professional members, the student members of SPE Abuja section. If you know you're proud to be a member of SPE, can you give yourself a round of applause for being part of this event? Please, celebrate yourself. I am proud of you as well. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ofofono No Akman. My pleasure it is as always to serve as your master of ceremony at events like this. I will continue this event by giving you a rundown of what today would look like. Of course, after my opening introductions, we would have a welcome address by the chairman of SPE Abuja section. After his welcome address, we'll switch gears to a few opening remarks, and then we have the keynote speech by Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, who is on his way here. After which, we'll switch gears to the sponsors remark. We have amazing sponsors that have sponsored this event this year. Please, can we celebrate the PCDF once again, please? Can we give Peggy's Global a round of applause, please? Peggy's Global, another sponsor. Can we also celebrate Flesian and Company, another phenomenal sponsor? And of course, Bitsmooth Engineering. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And of course, Saab Energy and Consulting Limited. Please celebrate them, please. Thank you. Of course, we would have sponsors remark, and after that, we'll have the industry address by Mr. Tango Lagbe, who has joined us virtually. Then we switch gears to the very first panel session that will be moderated by Ekene, and then we come back to the ESG framework reporting session, where we'll have engineer Joseph take it, and then we move immediately to recognition of sponsors, a group photograph, and of course, we switch gears to the next part of the day, which is the midstream and downstream regulators session. Of course, it's going to be very brain stimulating, very exciting, and I hope you'll give me your attention for the next few hours. If you give me attention, say aye. Of course, the eyes have it. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we have some participants joining us virtually, and of course speaking to you online. We say thank you for joining us at this event, and please stay to the very end of the event. You're going to enjoy all of the sessions that we have planned for you. Your Excellencies, at this point we are switching gears for the very first remark for today. Of course, the gentleman who is going to speak is a highly accomplished petroleum and gas engineer, an academic and consultant with extensive experience in petroleum and gas engineering, reservoir engineering, research, and development. He currently serves as chairman of SPE Abuja section and publicity secretary of the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council. Under his leadership, the SPE Abuja section provides a premier platform for knowledge sharing, technical advancement, and mentorship. His commitments to solutions, people, and energy is reflected in the ambitious agenda we have for AEGW 2026. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our section chair, a man of excellence, the one and only engineer Ikechukwu Okafor, PhD. Please keep celebrating him as he comes for his remark.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here, and it's good to have you. I would want to keep it very short and straight. So first is the dream is here, and we are living it. This look like we're not going to have it, but today it's happening, and I'm so glad and having every one of you join me here. I would want to start by observing the protocol. The Executive Secretary and Management of PTDF, industry regulators, leaders, the Board of SPE Abuja section, the BOT, SPE members, professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to day 2 of SPE Abuja Energy and Governance Week. First, I want to extend our profound gratitude to the hosts, the Petroleum Technology Development Fund, PTDF. They have been the bedrock of capacity building in the Nigeria energy sector. I want to say a very big thank you for their incredible support, their hospitality, and for providing the perfect ground for this critical conversation. Like I said, today is day 2, and it has been a great day from day 1 yesterday, which was the Community Impact Day. Those who were there would have communicated how great it was, and it was good to have SPE play that great role. For day 2, we are diving into the environmental, social, and governance framework, because ESG is no longer optional. It's our modern license to operate. We will discuss how to balance regional energy security with global sustainability expectation, because more than just for energy security, we need energy sustainability. In the afternoon, we'll have a regulator come to speak to us. We'll shift the spotlight to our regulators, where we'll engage directly with the custodian of our industry policies to look at how regulation can actively enable innovation, attract investment, and also streamline operations. We are particularly honored today to have everyone who has joined us here, especially our leaders who understand the power of policy and strategy. Allow me to extend a special hearty welcome to Barrister Ismail Ahmed. Your presence underscores the vital intersection of legal framework and energy strategy. We're excited to have you share your perspective and give us ideas to enable our dialogue move forward. In closing, I want to say to everyone who had made time to be here, I challenge you to engage actively, ask the hard question. Of course, we'll have to talk about the hard question. Let's collaborate, let's build together and shape a sustainable, resilient energy future. Thank you and welcome to day 2 of the Abuja Energy and Governance Week. Thank you.
Is that applause befitting of the section chair of SPE Abuja section? Because he has given us the steering to enjoy yourselves today, learn as much as possible, engage, and move the energy industry to the future. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would like to recognize some amazing personalities still in the building. Here with us is the president of the African University of Science and Technology, Professor Onwalu, aptly represented by the head of Department Petroleum and Energy Resources, of course, Professor Bala. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. We celebrate you. Thank you for being part of us. We also have just joining us a father to the section. Of course, he is the conference chair for SPE Nigeria Council, the NICE we are planning. He's a section director for SPE Abuja, and of course, the only captain we have in SPE, Captain Aristotle John Emezi, who just stopped in. Welcome, sir. Always a pleasure to see you, Captain. Thank you so much, sir. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as of course I keep getting the names of our VIPs that have joined, I would recognize them. I'm made to understand that right here we have another industry leader from NEITI, of course, Engineer Anthony George. Welcome to you, sir, and a pleasure to have you here today. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as the names keep coming, I will keep recognizing our VIPs here present. I'd like to switch gears immediately to the very next remark, which is the industry address. The industry address. Of course, the industry address will be taken by a very phenomenal fellow who has joined us virtually. And I'd like to confirm he can hear us and he can see us. Speaking of the CEO of Cypher Crescent Limited. He'll be speaking on the topic, leveraging digitalization and data analytics to drive sustainable ESG outcomes in the energy sector. The perfect personality to give this lecture. Please, if your hands are not busy, can we celebrate the CEO of Cypher Crescent Limited, Mr. Thangod Egbe. Mr. Thangod, please confirm you can hear us. Confirm you can see us, please. I guess we're trying to fix his sound. Of course, he drives innovation and groundbreaking product development vision for Cypher Crescent, leveraging his 20 years experience in petroleum and gas engineering, applied mathematics, and software development. This earned him the recognition as one of Nigeria's top 100 innovative CEOs by The Guardian in 2019. Prior to Cypher Crescent, he had a successful career with Shell as a senior reservoir engineer and global subject matter expert in integrated production system modeling, IPSM. He has worked in 15 plus countries, training, supporting, and implementing IPSM practices worldwide. Of course, an author of Visual Basic 6.0 for engineers and scientists, published in 2003 and widely used to teach computer programming in Nigerian universities. He's taking the industry address on leveraging digitalization and data analytics to drive sustainable ESG outcomes in the energy sector. Confirm you can hear me, sir. Confirm you can also see us. Okay, I made to understand he is not ready for that now. Okay, I also made to understand that, of course, our keynote speech, he is unavailable at this moment, on his way here. But before we do that, then we'll move to the ESG framework session by Engineer Joseph. Engineer Joseph will come to that soon. But before we do that, we'd like to have a goodwill message from PTDF. Is there anybody from PTDF here that would like to speak for PTDF? However, if there is none, we would like to have a short remark by the captain, the only pilot we have in SPE. Please celebrate Captain Aristotle John Emezi, a section director from SPE Abuja, as he comes forward for his goodwill message for the section. Please celebrate him, please.
SPE, Exactly, that's what I expected. Looks as if you've not had breakfast. I say Captain Ike. Dr. Ike, what's happening now? You're supposed to make people happy here and a lot of energy, you know. So you're welcome, everyone. We thank the Almighty for making us see a brand new day. SPE is so very dear to my heart. I keep telling people that SPE is in my DNA, you know, and then I live for SPE as well, aside from my family and the Almighty, you know. So you guys are welcome, and it's going to be a very, very beautiful session today. Abuja section 199 is my section. I've been section chair here for about 2 years. That's about 2017, 2018 or so, of thereabout, yeah. So, but that's a section that I really hold very dear to heart. So I welcome everybody here today. I expected that the hall should be fuller than this by now for the kind of balls the thing was given. But maybe people will be trickling in as we're doing. So you're all welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can we celebrate the captain once again? Phenomenal captain, Aristotle John Amazy. Your Excellencies, we are switching gears to the very first technical session for today. Of course, this would be taken, while he was speaking, I'd like to recognize the presence of a sponsor for today's event from Flessian and Company. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we celebrate Dr. Sunday Kanshio, who joined us just shortly. Thank you. Is that how you celebrate a sponsor? So next year, we'll still go to Flessian and Company and say, sir, they celebrated you in the previous event. Next year, sir, we are coming for 2 million naira. Please celebrate him once again, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday, who will be, of course, a panelist for the very next first panel session. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we switch gears to the very first technical session, ESG framework session. Of course, I believe you have your writing materials. Please get them right, because after this, we'll have about 2 people ask questions to the speaker. Help me celebrate engineer Tenege Joseph as he takes that session for the next few minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing on existing protocol. But first of all, I would like to appreciate the leadership of SPE Abuja section for giving me this opportunity to discuss on this topic. So, please can you get the slides up? Okay, so as the slides are being coming up, the topic of discussion this morning will be ESG disclosure in action, frameworks, content, and standards for the energy industry. I would like to start with or borrow a line from the opening speech of the SPE section chair, Dr. Ikechukwu Okafor. He said, ESG is no longer optional. It's our license for operation in the modern day energy industry. And you know, that statement caught my attention because these days, please go to the next slide, the first slide. You know, currently, reporting of oil and gas or energy operations is not just about the financial disclosure. It's not just about, you know, how the company is doing financially. Investors, regulators, and other stakeholders who want to know how the company is doing, their impact on the environment, the steps they are taking to make sure that they are operating sustainably. So it makes ESG disclosure very important. And I hope, well, I'm making a lot of assumptions, but let me not just assume because we have a diverse audience here this morning. ESG basically stands for environment, social, and governance. And it is a key metric or a measurement system for sustainability. So because, sustainability, it's very paramount in the industry. Every industry has to operate sustainably, and ESG is a measure of how sustainable every industry is operating. So please let's go to the next slide. So when we talk about ESG disclosure, what does it mean? It refers to reporting of environmental impacts, social performance, and then governance practices of each organization. And especially for the energy industries or the oil and gas industry specifically, the reporting is majorly about disclosing your greenhouse gas emissions, methane management, about your climate risk, disclosing how your operations are at risk to the climate, about worker safety, community impact, and also your corporate governance. And it's because these disclosures, they help the investors to assess the risk, because every investor wants to know the risk of your operation so that they know where they are putting their money into. And then it also helps the regulators to monitor compliance, to monitor how compliant you are in your operations. Okay, and it also helps stakeholders also to evaluate how sustainable your operations are. And then it also helps the companies also to improve their transparency and accountability. So there are a lot of frameworks, can go to the next slide. There are a lot of frameworks that has been designed for ESG measurement and ESG disclosures. And I will just be, because of the limited time, I will not go deep into them, but just to give us highlights about them. The first one on my table here is what is referred to as FIRS S1 and S2. And FIRS stands for International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation. Okay, this is it first of all started as a financial reporting body, and then in 2021, it established what is known as the International Sustainability Standards Board, which is responsible for reporting ESG disclosures. And this FIRS standard is more or less has become like the standardized way of reporting ESG globally. What that means is that a lot of companies all over the globe, they are adopting the FIRS standard as a means of reporting and ESG disclosures. So these standards, their reporting focuses on sustainability and then climate risk or climate-related risk as it affects the cash flow of the company. Then another standard is the SASB, which is the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. And it was developed sometime in 2011. The board was set up in 2011. It's an independent, non-profit organization. And it also focuses on sustainability and also climate-related risk as it affects the cash flow of the company. And then we have, next slide please, we have the TCFD, that is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Okay, and this is also an independent, non-profit organization. And the focus is on climate-related impacts on financial performance that help financial institutions make informed investment, credit, and insurance underwriting decisions. Then we have the ESRS, that's the Environmental Sustainability Reporting Standards. Sorry, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. And this is mostly for companies that operate in the European environment or companies that are listed on the European Stock Exchange. And these reporting standards help investors and civil organizations and consumers and other stakeholders to evaluate the sustainability performance of companies. Then we have the GRI, that is a Global Reporting Initiative. Let's go forward, please. Then we have the CDSB, that is the Climate Disclosure Standards Board. And then we have the CDP, that's the Climate Disclosure Project. Let's go to the next slide. So for the purpose of this presentation, I would like to dwell more on the environmental aspect of the ESG disclosure. And it has been noted that in ESG reporting, most companies, or not most, but lots of companies don't really disclose their environmental impact. And that could be not far, that could not be far from the fact that some companies have not really started, taking the responsibility of measuring what they emit or the impact of their operations on the environment. And that is why, if you're current, you will know that recently the regulatory bodies, NUPRC and NDPRA, they have started, making sure that operators will disclose their environmental emissions. Like I saw, was it last month or earlier this month, NUPRC, they released, a directive that operators should, at a minimum, report their emissions based on, at a minimum, they should report their emissions based on measurement, okay? They have to measure and disclose their emissions. So, talking about environmental ESG disclosure, the major components of interest are your greenhouse gas emissions, methane emissions or intensity, and then flaring and venting, energy efficiency, water usage and spills, biodiversity impacts, deforestation, waste management, and air quality. So I'll be talking more about methane emissions. So let's go to the next slide, please. So, okay, before that, we'll talk about greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions or greenhouse gases, as we know, carbon dioxide is the most common and widely known greenhouse gas that is associated with energy operations or oil and gas operations specifically. And it is the main emission that comes from combustion sources such as gas turbines, gas flaring, process heaters and boilers, and refinery operations and other operations. Then in addition to carbon dioxide, there are other greenhouse gases like methane, nitrous oxide, ozone, and the fluorocarbons. But methane is of recent a greenhouse gas of interest. And the reason is because climate scientists and organizations, they have determined that reducing the amount of methane emissions is one of the fastest ways to cut down or to slow down near-term global warming. And the reason is because of what is referred to as the global warming potential of methane. You can go to the next slide. The global warming potential of methane, that is GUP, measured over a 20-year period. Methane is a gas that does not stay long in the atmosphere like CO2. Because it degenerates rapidly. It has a lifespan of about 12 years. So if you measure the global warming potential of methane over a 20-year potential, it has 1 ton of methane has the ability to absorb as much solar energy as 80 tons of CO2 will do. So methane, it has a short lifespan, but it's very potent, it's very dangerous in terms of attracting solar radiation to the Earth's surface. That is why organizations have determined, and they are focused on rapidly reducing the amount of methane that is being emitted from our operations. And in the oil and gas industry, the major sources of emission from methane are from leaking valves, from pipes, from venting, incomplete flaring, from storage tanks, and then several other sources. And when we are able to accurately measure and report methane, it helps, regulators to determine the compliance, okay? And there are a lot of strategies that have been deployed in the measurement of methane. A lot of strategies have been deployed in the measurement of methane, and some of them, I've listed them there. We have the component inspection and quantification. That is a strategy where every emitting component is identified. Methane leakage from every emitting component is identified and quantified. And then we have the leak detection and repair. That is the identification of leakages and then repairing them, arresting them to stop the leakages. Drone surveys, that is a site-wide methane quantification. For instance, let's say this PTDF environment, let's say it's a flow station, drones are deployed to determine the total methane emission in this environment, area monitoring, and then satellite observation. For instance, we have the MRS, that's the Mass Methane Alert Response System, developed by the International Methane Emission Observatory. So that system, it helps to use satellites to detect methane emissions globally. So for instance, a plant in Rivers State, the satellite can detect where there are large quantities of methane emissions and alert the operators so that they can fix it. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So I've given some excerpts here from ESG reporting from some companies. So this is the methane emissions for the operator, Seplat, for instance. That is what they have done or they are doing to cut down their emissions. Okay, can go to the next slide. The excerpts from, this is what Total Energies is doing. They have developed a drone to survey their methane emissions. That looks like a flare stack from a gas turbine. And at the earlier this month, that was in February, at the energy event at International Conference Center, Total displayed this technology, and it was quite interesting to look at. Go to the next slide, please. So this is what Chevron, the actions, their action plan, their targets, and also some of the technologies they are deploying in order to reduce their methane emissions. Okay, so next slide. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, there's a question where? You have a question? Okay, please. Your organization, your name, and speak to your ask question.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joel Peter. I'm from ATBU Student Chapter. And my question is basically, is there a penalty for exceeding the methane limits? And if there is, what is the penalty? And who enforces the penalty and repercussion on the companies and organizations that exceed the limits? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, in Nigeria, we have the NUPRC, the NNDPR, and then NNDPR majorly as the oil and gas regulators. So definitely there are penalties for exceeding. I am not sure what the penalties are, but it is expected that every operator will quantify, will measure, and report their emissions on a regular basis, okay, on a quarterly basis. That is the expectation. And, you know, the thing is, that is the expectation. So if a regulator is not meeting, I mean, an operator is not meeting such an expectations, well, there are fines for that. And I don't know what it is, but there are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I like that. Thank you, Engineer Cho, Methane and GHC emissions consultant at Flesian and Company, for that very insightful ESG framework session. While he was speaking, we'd like to recognize the presence of the pioneer chairman of SPE Abuja section. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate Engineer George Kalu, a father of the section, the one who made this happen some years ago because of his vision. Thank you so much, sir, for all you do for us, your mentorship to our chair, and of course, all of the young professionals here. Please, once again, can you celebrate him, please? That's our father, the first section chair. Thank you so much, sir. We would also like to recognize the presence of another panelist that joined while we had the ESG framework. We speak of the Vice Chairman of the World Energy Council, Dr. Salisu Ishak. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. A pleasure to have you here today. Okay, let's go back online for our industry address by Mr. Thangod Egbe, the CEO of Cypher Crescent Limited. He'll be speaking on leveraging digitalization and data analytics to drive sustainable ESG outcomes in the energy sector. He's no longer online. Wow, you've missed him again. Okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we would have a few sponsors remark, and after that, we'll head back to the industry address. We believe Engineer Thangod Egbe would be back online. Of course, the very first industry address would be taken by Bismuth Engineering. I'm made to understand that they have their video online. So please, technical once again, can we have the video for Bismuth Engineering, a sponsor for today's event? Can we give Bismuth a round of applause, please? I'd like to announce that right at the registration stand, another sponsor, Flesian and Company, is doing a raffle draw. So please ensure you participate at the end of the event. Flesian knows how they would give you a gift. Okay, Bismuth, please.
My name is Aluchukwu Kodo, the Executive Director of International Operations for Bismuth Engineering. It's my singular honor to welcome you to the SPE Abuja 2026 Energy and Governance Week. Bismuth Engineering Limited is an energy service company with expertise in services including manufacturing and procurement of oil field and industrial chemicals, well engineering services, ICT solutions, and leasing and sales of industrial equipment that enable your business to achieve core objectives and maximize returns on your investments. We are ISO certified, registered with Dun & Bradstreet, licensed by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, with our own laboratory and blending facility. We retain technical partnerships with top chemical manufacturing companies based in North America and Europe, which gives us greater capacity to provide professional services and technological expertise to our customers for drilling, cementing, production, stimulation, completion, refining, and transmission of pipeline cleaning solutions. The nexus between chemical solutions and the midstream, downstream oil and gas value chain is a critical driver for operational efficiency, regulatory compliance, and energy security. Specialized chemical formulations enable the safe and efficient transport of energy, maximize value addition in refining, and facilitate the transition to low carbon operations. Refinery process chemicals, including antifoultants, demulsifiers, and catalysts, maximizing yield and protecting infrastructure, allowing refineries to handle more complex, cheaper crude slates while maintaining high quality output. Chemical solutions support security by ensuring the efficient operation of infrastructure, reducing the risk of interruptions. Integration of AI with chemical solutions by bismuth engineering is improving resource efficiency and enabling real-time optimization of recovery rates and reducing waste. Moving forward, the industry is increasingly focused on integrating digital transformation with chemical advancements to build a more resilient, low-carbon, and secure energy value chain. The value we add to the industry helps shape a sustainable future for Africa and contribute to the continent's energy leadership. And this is the focal point of this Energy Week, convened by Section 199 of SPE. We pledge our continued commitment to SPE and its amazing mission. Thank you, and have a sustainable and secure week.
Welcome to the
Thank you, thank you. Can we celebrate that sponsor once again? Thank you so much for sponsoring our event, and we believe that next year you would tell us another yes. Speaking of which, we switch gears to the very next sponsor, of course, the founder and managing partner at Flesian and Company, an energy infrastructure advisory and technical services firm incorporated in Nigeria in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Sunday Kancho as he comes for his sponsor's remark. Please celebrate that sponsor, please.
Good morning, everyone. I want to appreciate SPE Abuja session for this opportunity to support this event. I think for us, Flesian, this is a very important event for many reasons. One of the reasons is the fact that sustainability is very critical for the oil and gas operation. And as a country, we all know that our budget is basically oil and gas revenue dominated. So anything that can keep the oil and gas sector in the Nigeria alive is very critical. The international community are putting a lot of effort to see that the oil and gas industry globally impact on the environment is less. And for us at Flesian, we have tapped into that opportunity and we are providing services, especially on greenhouse gas emission advisory. Flesian provide a couple of services in addition to greenhouse gas emission measurements, reporting for oil and gas companies. We typically started the business with measurement, so measurement assurance, providing services around quantifying how effective your measurement system is, measurement audit, hydrocarbon allocation. We then developed like a convening around that, and some of you are already aware we have the Nigeria Hydrocarbon Measurement Conference, which is now an industry event that happens every year, this year again in Lagos. But that part of business, we have now moved it to what is known as Flesian events. So Flesian and Company now have Flesian event as a different business, and we also have Flesian Energy as a different business. And in future, maybe we'll be sponsoring this conference as Flesian Energy, not a Flesian Company. So our mission is very simple, is to be able to empower Nigerians. Basically, I believe we are very competent, very, very competent. Before moving fully into flights, and many of you here know me, I was a lecturer at Best University. When I left Best University, I was the HOD of Petroleum and Gas Engineering. But I saw that there is huge opportunity in the oil and gas sector, in the energy sector, to build local capacity. There's no way you can build local capacity without having local businesses. Okay, so my major interest was to see how to utilize the local capacity. So if you go to our office today, most of the staff are young people. I mean, almost all the staff are young people, including my students. So that's where we are going. So it is I look at it as an opportunity to also support in building this. And I love this concept, Abuja Energy Governance Week. For me and Flysen, we are going to be supporting this every year. Thank you.
He just pledged to support this year in, year out. Can we celebrate our global partner, Flysen and Company? Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday Kanshan. Of course, SPE Abuja would also support you in all of the industry events you are also planning as a marketing company. Please once again celebrate him. Once again, thank you. Your Excellencies, I'll just give you a few rundown what will happen before we go for the very first break, which is our tea break. We would have a remark by the president of AUST, and after that, we'll have the next remark by Mr. Thangon Egbe, who I'm meant to understand will join us by 11:30. After that, we would have the very first panel session, and once we are done with the first panel session, we go for tea break, and then come back for the remaining part of today's event. Let's welcome the president of the African University of Science and Technology, Professor Onwalu, ably represented by the HOD of Petroleum and Energy Resources Engineering, Professor Bala. Please celebrate Professor Bala as he comes for his 2 minutes remarks.
Well, good morning, the ES, PTDF, leaders of SPE, ladies and gentlemen. The president of African University of Science and Technology was invited as one of your special guests. He therefore asked me to present a goodwill message to this gathering. The president of African University of Science and Technology, Professor A.P. Onwalu, fellow of the Academy of Science, fellow of the Academy of Engineering, commends and congratulates the SPE Abuja chapter over its initiative and organization of this maiden edition of the SPE Abuja Energy and Governance Week 2026. The theme for this maiden event, titled Driving Responsible Energy, Governance Sustainability and Future Energy, is apt and timely. The African University of Science and Technology, a non-governmental organization, was established in 2007 as one of the Nelson Mandela institutions and its network of Pan-African institutes, mandated to developing the next generation of African scientists, engineers, and other relevant disciplines for the purpose of catalyzing economic growth, industrial competitiveness, and social development in the region through advanced education and research. The other two institutions are the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, Arusha in Tanzania, and the International Institute for Water Environmental Engineering in Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, with the mission of human capacity development, mainly MSc and PhDs, production, research and development, cutting-edge research and development on local and regional challenges, agriculture, energy, water, and environment, economic competitiveness, produce graduates with leadership and entrepreneurship skills, and to bridging academia and industry, for facilitating intellectual property protection, technology incubation, and commercialization of new new initiatives. And lastly, the Pan-African unity to promote the AU's vision of prosperous, integrated, and peaceful region for our business to grow. Consequently, the African University of Science and Technology started, as I said, in 2007, mainly as a postgraduate university offering MSc and PhD programs in petroleum engineering, materials engineering, mechanical engineering, physics, mathematics, etc. However, in 2021-2022 university calendar, approval was obtained from NUC to commence undergraduate programs. These programs this year have been fully accredited by the NUC. AUST is the only university in Nigeria offering a degree program in petroleum and energy resources engineering for preparation of human capacity to drive our energy transition and the post-oil era when it eventually comes. AUST is therefore in sync with the Society of Petroleum Engineering and its activities, and is open to collaboration. Once again, congratulations to SPE Abuja chapter for this maiden SPE Abuja Energy and Governance Week 2026. God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor Bala Lahibala, for that warm remark on behalf of the president of AUST. We are very grateful. Please, can you give AUST a round of applause? Thank you very, very much. Okay, we switch gears back again to Engineer Thank God. And I believe this will be the last time I would be calling for him to speak. We really need to have this industry address on leveraging digitalization and data analytics to drive sustainable ESG outcomes in the energy sector. Confirm you can hear me, sir. Confirm you can see me.
Thank you, Opoponeno, and good morning. Good morning, all. Apologies. I was supposed to be there in person, but due to a couple of business things, I'm not able to make it there. I've been listening to the presentation up and on. I wanted to be in a good place to speak. Opoponeno, I guess it's a good time for me to share my slide. Thank you so much. The last presenter on ESG, I think he made a lot of. Confirm you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay. It's always exciting to discuss around sources. Okay. Also, always exciting when we want to discuss around digitalization, data analytics. Is something I'm passionate about. We've been in the business of digitalization for this year makes it about 29 years for me, where we last started looking at in terms of automation, computer programming, and coming to see how the industry has evolved to taking digitalization and data analytics as part of our operation. It's quite exciting hearing people at a senior leadership level discussing how we must integrate data analytics in our operation to be sustainable. So I'm happy to actually take this presentation to discuss how we can actually leverage data analytics and digitalization to drive a sustainable ESG outcome in the industry. Once again, my name is Thank God Egbe, CEO, Technical Director of Siphon Crescent. We are an energy technology company into data analytics, digitalization, and petroleum engineering research. Okay, so we have to look at where we are in terms of our new energy imperative. What we need to look at in terms of ESG. I heard the last presenter discussing about ESG, quite insightful that this ESG is no more optional. It's something that we need to put into our operation, and also like the strides that NUPRC are doing in terms of helping companies or actually inspiring companies to actually integrate ESG into their operation. I've been following part of the work done by NUPRC to manage that. So So looking at it from the four levels of energy affordability, energy security, and decarbonization, as well as the stakeholder accountability. We can look at stakeholder accountability without looking at decarbonization. And also, of course, the driver is basically energy security to look at that. Our interest today is to look at how do we leverage digitalization to measure the outcome for ESG and also track what we are doing in terms of emission. And the world has actually changed that our traditional approach to ESG before now can actually not suffice. And that's the reason why the regulations are coming in. The world is really moving to leveraging digitalization. And I'm happy that SPE Abuja is actually taking this at the forefront of a week's program to discuss ESG, because it's basically what we need to actually drive a sustainable operation in the industry. The funding of the industry depends on ESG, accountability depends on ESG to actually drive that. So, still in the light of moving from the traditional way of approaching ESG to a more digitalized Industry 4.0 approach to managing ESG, we talk about annual reports, quarterly reports, manual data collection, silo system. Of course, we are all in the industry, and we see that the state of the industry today. The state of the industry today. So we expect with the regulations coming in, regulators discussing how we need to see how we can embrace technology. So the consequence we have now is efficiency, we have regulatory exposure, it's investors' credibility gap, which is also not the funding we have in the industry. So attracting a lot of revenue for investment to the country. Need to step up ESG as we try to move from the traditional way in which we approach ESG to where the world is actually expecting us as a country, as a leader in Africa, to actually pick up that. And that's why ourselves as a Cypher Crescent, we actually have a dedicated decarbonization unit, leveraging technology to drive that. So look at the convergence where we are, digitalization, ESG convergence. The central thesis of what we want to do, like the future of oil production, will not be driven by reporting alone, but basically by real-time data-driven operational intelligence. The key word there is basically data-driven operational intelligence, and that cannot be done without digitalization, without data analytics, and it's basically what we should start embracing in the industry. The industry, of course, as we know in Nigeria, we're still a couple of years behind what others outside Africa are doing, but we can tell us that we are doing, given that it's being recognized by top government officials, by top regulators, it means that we're actually in the right path towards actually driving the industry towards a sustainable path. Where does it start? It starts with basically getting a digital system enabled. We require a lot of investment in terms of budgeting to be able to put up a system that will enable us to measure emission sustainably in real time, continuous emission monitoring, asset level accounting. All this cannot be done if we don't have that digital system in place to be able to manage that. And of course, in terms of ESG scope, we and the demand, the industry and the regulators will discuss about IFRC, in terms of helping us to drive ESG measurement. Is there? So how do we drive real-time data transparency or evidence chain around what we do? And then the intersections, we want to deliver ESG intelligence, decision-graded system, breakthrough emission reduction. This is basically where we want to deliver. But how can we do that if the industry is not ready to look at that? So basically part of this discussion is part of what we call orientation on what we need to do, investment we need to make. We can't achieve this if we actually don't understand the implication of this and the cost implication. We can make all the talk, but this actually goes into millions of dollars, but it also helps in terms of a direct relationship between ESG and operational optimization. If we tie that, it will help to encourage operators to actually embrace real-time surveillance, because it helps you in terms of increasing production and also helps you in terms of meeting the ESG requirement and expectation from international bodies. Look at that. So where we want to get to, I would say, basically ESG intelligence is where we want to get in the industry, where top managers and directors are able, from their mobile phone, from their teams, to be able to get insights around the performance of the system ESG. We move beyond just getting annual report only and lagging indicators, the point where you have written analytics, you have automated measuring, reporting, and verification system, as well as an enterprise-wide system that will help us measure all the emissions, track all the emissions that we have in our asset. And it starts with the basic thing, basically the sensors and IoTs that we have in the system. How many of the systems that we have here, most of our fields were commissioned 30, 40 years ago. So it requires retrofitting, significant retrofitting, to actually put in sensors there, so that we can get IoT devices that will help us get this done. But the good news is that this is not basically all about ESG. It's also about production enhancement, because if you have those sensors there, in addition to collecting information around the flare gas, about methane and all the greenhouse gases, you can also measure temperature and pressure, which are key levers you need for optimizing production to manage that. And then, of course, you get operational data, you bring in analytics. The analytics layer, we discussed a lot about analytics in the oil and gas industry, but we don't have the framework, we don't have the platform, we don't have the system that will help us actually drive that. So it starts from the kitting. Basically, we have the sensors, as well as the operational infrastructure that we need to actually do in bringing AI and data analytics to drive things. And then from there, we start having a real-time MROV optimization, emission reduction, stakeholder accountability, and sustainable value creation. But based on our experience in the industry, we are still far from here, but the intention is there. But we need systems like this to actually tie this to production enhancement objective before we can actually do this. Actually expensive. We can have come around here, we discuss about AI in the oil and gas industry, and because you have AI in other industries, but we don't have the infrastructure that it takes to actually give us that data that we need to actually do data analytics. And the key thing is, let's invest in collecting data, let's invest in IoT, let's invest in sensor, because it helps us to actually drive a sustainable operation as well as a profitable operation in line with international standards. So just to look at the four layers, if we want to really look at a sustainable operation, the four layers, I will ask ourselves, if we have operators in the room or listening, is to look at which of these layers, how do we start to be able to put up the infrastructure, put up the system, and put up the operational infrastructure we need to actually drive ESG. Four levers or level. Layer one is basically the field and asset layer. That is where we start from, putting in sensors, flow meters, SCADA, flare monitors, or sometimes you can even use satellite data, or you can complement more than one of these one together. Of course, we've seen some operations that we do together where you actually bring in both satellite data and IoT sensors to be able to. Satellite data will help you monitor the environment, and then IoT, integrating those together, you do a very good data analytics to manage that. And if that is done, we now move into layer two, where we'll have the data historian. I know a couple of companies already actually have a PI. Of course, that's basically the center of helping you to collect the historian to drive that. And then you can also do some edge and cloud synchronization you can put in the system to help you collect data in the field. We visited a couple of fields recently to actually implement this. And look at the cost of actually implementing this is enormous, and part of maybe sessions like this might just be to show historical information or some case studies on companies who have implemented this and the cost of implementing this, because it will require strong support from government, from investors, from JV partners to be able to do this, because of the cost it will take to actually implement this, because the current technology leverage of the companies we have is low, and implementing systems like this will require you having a high technology leverage. What do we mean by that? It means historically, of technology have you applied before AI came in? If you don't have that, you want to apply, so persons want to run a multi-user system. You don't have something as simple as SQL Server, you didn't budget for that, so it delays you by 1 year, because you need to have like and infrastructure, and that's very basic. There are other advanced infrastructure that have not been invested in over time. So this is basically giving ourselves some time to look at how many years do we need to put together to get the infrastructure. And once that is done, that's basically where we come into the GHG emission modeling, be able to check predictive maintenance, D2 twin. But first of all, we need to get layer 1 and layer 2 right. Just get this layer for us to look at the different steps in which it takes for us to really have a fully sustainable operation. And once we have that, we have this presentation is about analytics and intelligence layer, about digitalization, but the foundation of layer 3 is basically layer 1 and layer 2, especially layer 1. Layer 1, where you are able to put in those infrastructure you need to actually collect data for analytics. Most of it requires a serious amount of investment to drive that. And then from there, I'm going to the data governance layer, bringing in ISO 14064 and OGMP 2.0. But these are all driven from layer 1, and it's where we want to get to. We keep discussing a lot around layer 4. Is basically where everybody in the industry wants to be in layer 4. ISO compliance. We are ISO compliant. How many companies are ISO compliant? How many companies are OGMP compliant in driving this? How many companies have automated audit trails to drive this? And you start looking at it, it's like an iceberg. Layer 4 is just 10% of it, while 90% of it, which is on that people don't see, is basically layer 1, 2, 3. And that is where the investment comes in, that's where the preparation comes in, that's where the training comes. It requires industry training, even beyond presentations like this on how we can put infrastructure together to drive it. And which is again, looking at, let's say, this presentation is about layer 3, which is data analytics for emission reduction. What we need to do, of course, basically emission monitoring, the key thing that we are looking at: methane, CO2, and the rest of the greenhouse gas emission monitoring. And so once you pick up that, there are technologies where, of course, Nigeria also we are discussing with, working with some stakeholders too, where you can also use satellite to actually drive that, but there's a limit to what you can achieve with satellite. You need to go that very granular with the IoT sensors, because it's actually a key recommendation in terms of driving that. And then the AI-driven anomaly detection. There are lots of AI experts across the industry where we can borrow those expertise even outside the oil and gas industry. But even our petroleum engineers, our oil and gas professionals are really very good already in AI, in driving this. But getting those data they need to drive that is where the infrastructure do not exist to pick up that, to actually drive that. And flare reduction, where we need to start looking at flare reduction analytics, is basically what the NUPRC is actually driving and recommending that the operators do. We also need to reflect and look at the kind of investment the operators need to put together to report that, so that it's not really under pressure for them to comply with NUPRC requirement without looking at the infrastructure and the support base we need to drive that. It's the kind of discussions that we need to have on what kind of investment they need. Are they ready to look at that? Who's going to enable them to mark that? What kind of investment? And so we also look at monetizing most of these things, flare forecasting. So the forecasts they're straightforward in terms of how do you do flare event forecasting. You also do gas monetization. They're all straightforward. But like I say, what's not straightforward is basically getting this data to pick up that. But the end game is there are public models that can be used for digital flare metering analytics to drive that. And of course, looking at the carbon management layers, scope 1 to 2 to 3 emission dashboard. A couple of companies already have this to look at scope 1 and scope 2. And then what we do at asset level, how many persons, how do we, maybe an SPE, as an organization, SPE, to track the assets and look at, oh, this asset is fully compliant. How do we pick up the learning from one asset that is fully compliant and push that to other assets to drive that? Because it's nice to say about digitalization, data analytics in ESG outcome. But what's not nice is basically the investment, the orientation, the training, the kind of resources that we need to actually achieve that but I like looking at it from the perspective of tying ESG to production enhancement objective, because that's the easiest way it can be used to drive investment that we need to actually do this access. So basically, this is where the numbers are in terms of how, if we start looking at predictive intelligence operational optimization, how will it help us in terms of reducing emission? You will have over 25%, up to 25% reduction on planned emission events if we're able to integrate data twin. Of course, once for those who use the twin system, basically you are able to carry out all the monitoring and mission and know the kind of production practices you need to pick up that will help you minimize emission, as well as predictive maintenance, collecting data on vibration, temperature, pressures. Of course, this actually goes back to the discussion around sensors that will help us, how many companies across the industry collect data on vibration, collect data on pressure, collect data on temperature to monitor that. And if we start it today, we may not be able to achieve it today, because the historical data that we need to understand the patterns of failure, the patterns of performance do not exist in driving that, but the way to go. And like I said, I would like tying this to optimization of production. Once we are fully ESG compliant, it means we have a sustainable operation. And so operation will help in terms of increasing. These are modest numbers. We've seen numbers of about 30-40% in some extreme cases in terms of increasing production by actually complying with a strong ESG requirement and driving things as we go forward. So yes, still on the MROB and carbon accountability or real-time operation. The key is basically in the industry is about MROB, measure, report, and verify. The key basically still on the measurement. We are still struggling with the measurement, but we are being asked to report and verify. So lots of standards to pick up now, and all these standards are standards that requires a couple of training. The ISO standard for ESG, ISO 14064, of course, as well as the OGMP, there are global standards to actually drive emission reduction, emission monitoring, and help us know how far we have gone in terms of the logs that we want to do as an industry. But it's basically good to actually start eyeing these standards and see how do we measure ourselves against this standard to shape up that. So we have to start one day to actually drive this. And still, just to wrap up, still on that sustainable operation, how are we leveraging that? These are the numbers of what we can achieve if we implement a full data system to drive this. And so, I say for Africa, we say just transition and sustainable industrialization. We're looking at industrialization. How do we do that? We can't do this without local content. I heard Flex and companies because about local content development. Yes, you have to give it to local companies to make people understand the operation, or to localize technology, as well as workforce reskilling. There are three key things. We would like to see how maybe organizations like this will be able to look at training for the industry professionals on ESG monitoring, and especially the investment, more of the finance people, the investment required to actually do that. The engineers can actually monitor this, but do we have that investment? Do we have that management support to attract what it needs to put all the infrastructure? We need to actually drive a sustainable operation in Nigeria and in Africa. So, of course, I would say the key challenge is basically data, and the outcome is governance. And so they push us on governance, but we actually don't know how the investment in data to drive this. We want to see auditable and traceable operations. We want to align with international standards, as well as putting infrastructure together to look at that. But of course, if you cannot measure it, then you can actually not improve it. So the future is basically we want to have connected assets. We want to have visible operations. Of course, we also want that artificial intelligence coming in that will help you drive an analytic layer to drive operation, and then you close the loop of AI system, blockchain system, and driving autonomous optimization in the industry to drive that. So the closing thought for me, we just look at, yes, we need to adopt standards to drive ESG. First of all, we need to invest in the infrastructure that we need to actually drive, get the data. The question is no longer whether the industry should digitalize sustainably. The question is whether we can afford not to do this. A couple of years ago, we discussed about technology. 10 years ago, at the first SPE conference around technology and digitalization was in 2018. It was really very new then, but now everybody is picking up that. So thanks to SPE for actually bringing the foresight to discuss most of these things in industry, and I will see how the industry evolves to manage that. So I thank you for listening. I will reflect on while we are reflecting on data analytics for ESG. We also reflect on the investment that we need to do. Also reflect on the orientation, the training that we also need to pick up to look at how we can comply with the standards to drive ESG operations around the industry. So thank you so much. And SP for inviting me. We always feel happy to discuss this. Would have been happier if I was there in person. Apologies, I'll not be able to make it in person. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your industry address. Of course, the Chief Executive Officer of Cypher Crescent Limited, Mr. Thangod Egbe. Please, can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so much, Mr. Thangod, for that. Your Excellencies, while he was speaking, would like to announce the arrival of the Executive Chairman and CEO of the Presidential Initiative on CNG and EV. Speaking of Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, a warm welcome to you, sir. Pleasure to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Dean, Faculty of Management and Social Sciences at Philomath University here in Abuja, Professor Ahmed Adamu. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. A pleasure to have you here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we switch gears immediately to the very last sponsor's remark. Of course, Peggy's Global Limited, Peggy's Global Services Limited is an indigenous oil and gas servicing company with operational base in Port Harcourt. They specialize in wellhead maintenance, well intervention services, asset integrity management, and of course, mechanical construction and fabrication. We are pleased to have engineer Dr. George P.S. Iwo online. Can we give him a round of applause for the sponsor's remark? Engineer George, would like to hear you. Confirm you can hear me. Confirm you can see me as well.
Yes, I can see you. Always on top.
Glad to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's good morning, still morning. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this ESG program, the very first time of its type. I looked at the content, was quite good, and I'm glad to be part and parcel of the Abuja section even as they do this. This is something that's supposed to be a national program, but I'm happy that Abuja section has started it. I want to use this medium to appreciate the Abuja section for making this possible, for making it to go global, and for the set of persons that you have invited to speak on this occasion. As Peggy's Global Services Limited, we looked at the content and felt that it's something that we should align with, and we have decided to come and be part and parcel of it. It might be true that our participation, our involvement was a little bit late, but we have decided that this is something we want to align with Abuja section. As Peggy's continuously be a part and parcel of the SPE, we always want to align with sections that are doing things good and for the growth of SPE and the energy sector. And so I want to congratulate you, Abuja section. I want to congratulate all those that have been appointed to speak. And I want to congratulate the sector of programs that have been aligned. I pray that everything goes on well, and we will be monitoring, we'll be following you all from here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be a sponsor, and I am aligned to work with you going forward. Thank you.
Is that applaud befitting of a sponsor? Can you give a sponsor a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Engineer George. You will answer. We hope when we come back next year, you will tell us another resounding yes. Right, sir?
You're putting me on the spot. Who knows whether next year will be much better? Let's leave next year, but I know that definitely I'm always there for you. I like Abuja section. I like SPE sections, and Piggies will always align with sections that call us to help. We will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, another round of applause for him, please. Thank you. While Engineer George was speaking, Your Excellencies would like to announce the presence of another section director of SPE Abuja here present, of course, the president of Lions Club. Can we celebrate Engineer Chief Victus Ibe here present? Thank you so much, sir. A former Section J. When your son does something, you can see the fathers are all here. We have about 4 section directors here present. Please, can we give all section directors a round of applause, please? Celebrate them, please. I think there's a seat there for him to join. Is a seat there? Please, section director, sir, please. You can join our pioneer section. Please celebrate him, please. A very handsome, very fine man who is always supporting SPE Abuja section. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the panel discussion. Of course, the panel here will be speaking on driving responsible energy utilization, governance, sustainability, and the future of energy. I'm calling the panelists, they'll have their seats, and of course, we'll have the moderator as the last person to join on stage. First is the CEO of Flesian and Company. He is an energy and hydrocarbon management consultant specializing in methane reduction, GHG emission management, and fiscal metering. He founded Nigeria's leading industry knowledge platforms, including the Nigeria Hydrocarbon Measurement Conference and the annual Oil and Gas GHG Emissions Management Forum. Please help me welcome Dr. Sunday Kanshaw, the first panelist for today, as he joins us on stage. I would like to ushers to kindly help me get this down so that we don't obstruct them coming up. Thank you. Of course, the very next to join on stage is the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences at Philomath University, Abuja. Of course, a professor of petroleum economics, holding a PhD from Newcastle University and a master's from the University of Dundee. He provides policy and training consultancy to governments on oil and gas economics. Help me welcome Professor Ahmed Adamu. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure to have you here. And third to join us on stage is the Policy Manager for Africa at the Clean Energy Task Force. He contributed to Nigeria's 2022 methane guidelines, the first for Africa's oil and gas sector, and of course supported Ghana's petroleum regulations and methane implementation roadmap. He holds a PhD in carbon capture and storage from Cranfield University. Dr. Mohammed Aminu. Okay, thank you. Have your seat, sir. Okay. Up next, Your Excellency, is the Vice Chair of the World Energy Council Nigeria Committee. He is an energy access and policy expert who previously led off-grid and mini-grid initiatives at Nigeria's Rural Electrification Agency. He has worked with the World Bank, UNDP, and UNIDO. Help me celebrate Dr. Salisu Eshiak. Celebrate him, please. Proud to have you on this panel. We have 4 able men, and of course, to direct the conversations and to moderate this distinguished panel is the lead business innovation and new energies at the Gas Aggregator Company Nigeria Limited. She is a recognized expert in gas commercialization and market innovation, driving initiatives towards decarbonization and clean energy transition, including green hydrogen and flare gas commercialization. Your Excellencies, Ekene Ebenebe, celebrate her, please. The only woman on the panel, is that how you celebrate her? So that she can give these men good questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the Abuja Energy and Governance Week, hosted by SPE. I'm excited to be here. I'm happy to be moderating this panel. Please, if we can give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists again. Okay, so I was just pointing out that we have another female joining us. I didn't want to be alone, so I had to fight for another lady. So we invite to join us Engineer Mrs. Onyeka Gabriel. She's the Environmental and Energy Policy Advisor at NUPRC. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. So while she comes up, today we're going to be talking about driving responsible energy utilization. Of course, the doctor, I don't remember his name, he has already told us what ESG stands for, and I believe everybody here knows what that stands for. But in terms of our conversation today, we're speaking on governance, sustainability, and the future of energy today. So I think that as industry players, all of us here, while we understand the importance of building the energy sector, we also need to make sure that we're not neglecting the other aspects of it, being the environmental aspect, being the social equity aspect, and governance as well. So in the next, I think, 45 minutes to an hour, we hope to move to actionable governance structures with, of course, my distinguished panelists here. And I just would like to start in terms of context setting. I'll start with Professor Ahmed Adamu. Yes. So please, as an economist, a professor at that, please, how would you, just for the room to understand, how would you define responsible energy utilization in a country with acute energy poverty? How will you say that we're moving towards responsible energy utilization?
Well, in a general context, before we narrow it down to a country like Nigeria, responsible energy is about energy conservation and reducing energy intensity per economic activity. So how do you burn less fuel to travel a kilometer? Or how do you avoid wastages? And how do you reduce, if you like, energy per capita so that population, people can afford to do their economic activity exhausting or burning lesser fuel? In a country like Nigeria, we have to look at responsible energy consumption in three major sectors. For me, one is electricity, and then the other, transportation. If you look at electricity, it's not about the question of responsible electricity consumption. It's about availability and access to the electricity. Because before you talk about responsible energy consumption or energy transition, you have to talk about energy equity. That means everyone should have access to energy irrespective of their level of income or their race. But this part of the world, we have very low, one of the lowest electricity access per head. So for me, the discussion that we should be doing mostly in Nigeria and Africa is access to electricity. More than 90 million Nigerians don't have access to electricity. For those that have it, they don't have reliable electricity. I just made a call to Katsina and I was told that the maximum hours of electricity you can get in Katsina now, if you are lucky, you get 5 hours out of 24 hours. So how can you tell somebody who is just having 5 hours of electricity and ask him about responsible electricity consumption when the only hours he has is to do all the ironing, to do all the electric utilization he needs for that particular hour? So I think responsible energy in Nigeria is secondary. Primary is access to the electricity. When you look at transport, almost all of us here, we came on our own individual transport system. So if you have to have responsible energy consumption in transport sector, we have to have that kind of convenient and available public transit. Public transport system where all of us, we can conveniently leave our cars home and use public transport systems, be it convenient public buses, light rail, so that what we consume of fuel will reduce. So that the idea is, how do we consume less energy so that we can spare some energy sources or reserves for future generation, so that we can also safeguard and reduce the carbon footprints that we add. So for me, Ms. Ekene is the question of poverty. Because there is a negative relationship between poverty and responsible energy consumption. You cannot have responsible energy consumption when people are poor. When people are going to the forest to cut down trees just for them to eat food. And anytime you cut down a tree, you are releasing the carbon into the atmosphere. The carbon that has been stored in that tree is now being released to the atmosphere. And that tree that used to take the carbon dioxide from our atmosphere is dead. Even here in Abuja, for advancement, for roads, for building schools, hospitals, how many trees are cut down? But they are not being replaced. So imagine a world without plants and trees. We are all dead. So we can be alive, but our life, the quality of our lives will deteriorate if, because of poverty or lack of policy, we cut down trees for advancement or for personal utilization, but we don't plant them. The only responsible energy consumption I see in Nigeria is the utilization of solar home system. And that was born out of necessity, not out of option. Because without it, you don't have electricity. Because solar energy is supposed to be a secondary or an alternative energy, but now it's the primary. But it's a good development now. We see even MSMEs are now adopting solar energy. If you walk around the city of Kano, Ismail, you know that even a trader, a kiosk guy will have a solar panel. So in every 10 MSME, you see that 4 of them, they have this solar panel. And about 40% of housing or houses in urban areas, they have solar. In my house, Salis, I'm sure you have solar in your house. So that's very good trajectory that we are in. But one of the biggest challenges is the willingness of Nigerians to pay for electricity, especially when you look at it from the electricity perspective. Because more than 69% of Nigerians are not willing to pay for the electricity. And majority of people bypass the electric meters. Even in my estate, a lot of people bypass. So if you bypass, that means you are consuming free electricity, and there is no responsible consumption. You won't switch off the light because you know that you are not accountable to it. And for those that are not paying, or that are not paying, or that cannot pay, of course, they will not have access to it too. So you cannot talk about responsible energy consumption when people are not willing to pay. So generally, I will summarize the major energy challenge in the electricity sector, I would say, is inability, unwillingness, or lack of payment of electricity consumption. And that's why we don't have the resources to incentivize the discourse, and by extension, the generation. Because power is generated, but money has not been remitted. So we continue to have lack of access or reducing quality service from the discourse because people are not willing to pay. I can tell you more than 50% of Nigerians are not paying the right bill or electricity bill they are charged. So that's a very big lookfall there. For transportation, this is where people like Ismail can come in and the government to provide public transport systems so that our transportation energy demand per head will also reduce. So generally, Nigeria, we cannot talk about responsible energy yet. Our priority is to talk about accessibility to the energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that you have captured everything. Like we should close the panel, but because economists they always find the tension points, and he has done just that, telling us that the primary focus should be more on energy security and accessibility, and not even thinking about or talking about responsible energy at the moment. And of course, he touched the pain points in the electricity sector and transport sector as well. But this is one of the reasons we're here, so people can see what the future is. We're also looking to the future. We're not there yet, but we'll get there. Thank you so much, Professor Ahmed. So moving to you, Dr. Mohammed. What would you say? I know he has spoken about some challenges, but in terms of low carbon technology and methane abatement, what would you say is a big technical governance gap in Nigeria today? And do you think it's a policy issue, or do you think it's more of an implementation or enforcement issue?
Okay, thank you so much, Kenny. So I don't like the word failure. So I don't think that it's a policy issue. It's not a policy failure. It's also not an implementation failure. But I think they are just challenges. Now, if you take the policy aspect, I think we are good on policy. I work as a policy manager in Africa for Clean Air Task Force, and I do work with governments around the continent to help develop policy. So I think Nigeria is doing very well with regards to policy, and I will give you examples. So we have, I would say we have regulations at NUPRC. We're able to develop and work with NUPRC and NMDPRA at some point before the PIA came in. So we're able to develop methane guidelines out of the policy. You know, if you have regulations don't tell you everything you need to do. So you need to back it up with guidelines. So when we helped the NUPRC to come up with the methane guidelines, it became the first of its kind in Africa in the oil and gas industry. So a lot of countries are learning from that. So when I go to Ghana, they usually ask me, what is Nigeria doing? Sometimes they want us to even facilitate a meeting between regulators. So we have the Climate and Clean Air Coalition that I work closely with. They are a UN initiative. And it was last year that we were able to bring regulators from the Environmental Protection Authority in Ghana, the Petroleum Department, to meet with the NUPRC in Nigeria. We have the Climate Change Act, we have the Climate Change Council, the Secretariat, and so on. So I think we are good on policy, enough for us to get somewhere. Now, when you think about implementation, I think we are also doing relatively okay. But then there are always challenges. So I see this as a challenge that we'll overcome. Now, one challenge in Nigeria is that when we talk about emissions, for instance, you realize that most of what we report as emissions are just estimates. And so I think there is a challenge where we need to talk about monitoring, reporting, and verification. You know, you need more equipment and technology and support and collaboration that will enable us to continue to get our figures right. And this will help in informing decisions. Basically, maybe we have a challenge in getting our data right, and that will affect decision making. Another challenge could be maybe we need to think about how we can strengthen the regulations that are in place. You know, so demonstrate technology, for instance, at pilot levels. But then if you demonstrate technology at pilot levels, I think you need to also see how you can scale up. So if you take the NMDPRA, they have their own guidelines, methane guidelines that came up, I think, toward the end of last year. And it's a big challenge because NMDPRA covers the whole of the country, right? 36 states plus the FCT. So how do you scale up? So I think that's a challenge. How do you help the NMDPRA scale up in terms of measurement of emissions? So I think to answer you directly, I don't think that we have policy failure or implementation or enforcement failures, but we have challenges that we can overcome, and I think we are doing okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. So in summary, he said that we have policies, but then we need to find a way to fight the challenges, including the data collection challenges, where we have mostly estimates. So I think this somehow ties to what the CEO of Cypher Crescent was speaking about in terms of moving our MRV and all of those things to more digitalized or more real-time data. So I think that's a good place. We'll come back to that. Dr. Sunday, from your own point as an energy servicing company, what would you say is the most underutilized opportunity for local content to drive sustainability in the Nigerian energy sector?
All right. Thank you so much. So for local content, so I would like to first start by saying that the way we look at local content, even if you look at the art, is from the perspective of contracting. So how many, for every job, how many Nigerians companies are involved versus foreign companies. So from the opportunity side of things, I think we need to move away from just looking at how many companies are involved in a particular job. We need to look at opportunity in terms of what solutions can the local companies provide. The opportunities, especially within the what we're discussing here, sustainability, ESG space, is huge. So ESG, if you take the E out of it, which is the environment side of things, for oil and gas industry, is everything. So you talk about gas flaring, you talk about methane emissions, you talk about oil spillage, you talk about produced water treatment. These are all specialized areas that we as a country, that's a huge opportunity to develop technologies. So for every of this single area is equipment that is involved, and a huge amount of money is involved. That's on the technology side of things, but also on the service side of things. For every of this area, provides opportunity for knowledge, okay, knowledge service base, which is what we do, providing advisory services. And that space, I mean, Dr. Amin knows this, that space is wide. I mean, as we speak, most of these solutions that we need, for example, for methane emissions, for abatement, they are all foreign. They're all foreign. I mean, there's nothing bad about having foreign, but then we need to create jobs. All these guys say they're students. Their future is very important. Where would they go to get jobs? What would they do with the skills they're acquiring from university? So the opportunity is there, and that opportunity for local content is for us to translate the knowledge we have in our head into practical so that we can use it. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear you. So like you said, the opportunity is there. We just need to make sure that it's circulated to the local market and not just foreign companies. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday, for that. Dr. Salisu, what would you say in terms of your view in the global and local energy transition? From that, what would you say is the most urgent, from your own opinion, the most urgent governance gap in Nigeria to drive sustainable energy utilization?
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you to SPE for inviting us. From where we sit, from our standpoint as an advocacy organization looking at Nigeria and also best practices across the world, and I think my friend here, Dr. Ahmed, and the rest of the panelists have actually discussed some of the gaps that we have in terms of energy availability, which I will touch a little bit. You also talk about, I would also talk about policy. We see that there is need for a very consistent policy. So we will say that, yeah, Nigeria has very beautiful policy, but what we observe compared to other countries is the fact that there is no discipline in implementing those policies. So, and that creates lack of predictability for the investors, and therefore that uncertainty around investing in ESG kind of take a backseat. Another thing that we see is a kind of a little bit soft link in the entire governance system is the issue around data utilization. So these investors, people promoting ESG, people trying to do investment, they need data to be able to make decisions. And I'm sure that if you do not have those data, it is very difficult to really kind of make the right decision, and therefore you will hold back until you get the data to be able to go into that. And very, linked to that issue around data to be able to decide on what to do. I can tell you example around the data. Today, I have had a conversation with potential investors that want to invest in mini grid, but they don't even know the potential opportunities across the country. They don't know, the major anchor demand areas where they know that there is a little bit of income level to, get their money back. I'm hearing that Professor Ahmed saying that we have, SMEs in what do we call it, in Kano and many other places that are, but do they really have the willingness to pay? Because that is willingness to buy is a different thing from the willingness to pay. We have done a research where we see people sort of spending, if you look at the average amount they spend in a month, it's almost in charging their phones, the torchlight, the battery, the rest that they see. It's almost the same amount, over time, maybe in a period of 11 months, they will spend cumulatively in providing solar solution that will last for 5 years. But they don't have that willingness to really pay for the solar panels. So very linked to the data is actually issue of communication. So we see that across, in Nigeria, there is really lack of, effective communication to the populace to really educate them around different ESG initiatives that they can take within their corners that will be a small step but cumulatively promoting the entire Nigerian ESG. I can give you an example because Ismail is sitting down here. Today, if you convert from PMS to CNG, if you drive an average of 40 kilometers a day, do you know how long it will cost you to really get back the investment in the conversion? Can you give me a guess? Just give me any number. How long do you think, if I make my investment today in conversion, how long does it take me to get that money back? 5 years. So he said 5 years. Surprisingly, it's less than 1.5 years. But people don't know that. People don't know that they will actually be able to get back their money sometimes as early as 6 months for Uber drivers, for Bolt drivers, and as early as 9 months for people like me that maybe commute up to 50 kilometers in a day. So that lack of communication, and if you give this kind of communication to people by giving them the data, they will be able to take small steps of creating that sustainable and social environment that we are talking about. I'd also give you a similar example. Do you know how long it will take? Okay, let me stop asking a question. Let me just go into that exactly. So we have done a research also. We see that today you can go and do it yourself. If you take the average amount of firewood, charcoal and everything a particular household buys, it's almost a little bit higher than if they were using LPG. So, but because they have issue around the initial cost of equipment, which is the cylinder and the burner, there is a barrier and what have you. But what they don't also know is that based on our research, within 14 months, if they are using it for an average household of 5 people, they will be able to get back their money, and that cylinder will last them for more than 10 years, and the burner will last them for more than 8 years. But there is no communication to reorient people's mindset in doing this kind of thing. I can go on and on in telling you different small examples that because we have the policy, there is no discipline in implementing the policy, there is no data for having certainty around what we're trying to do, and there is no effective communication. The same thing with solar. Prof. Ahmed saying, of course in my house, I have completely upgrade. But guess what? It's when I look at it in the economic, by the way, Professor and I were in the same school, so we study economics together. So I kind of, so I kind of understand where he's coming from. But if you look at the economics of it, you can, when I did my economics actually for the consumption of my solar, I will pay back in 24 months. That was before Band A. Immediately the Band A comes in, I recover my money in less than 2 years. But there is kind of mystery around that. So what people do is that they don't do the right sizing. If you do the right sizing, you put the right panel, the right solar, the right whatever, it will take you more than a year to pay back your investment. But there is no effective communication or data or demonstration to the people to really be able to take this kind of initiative. So what we see, a lot of things that are really let me say, missing within the governance map in Nigeria is actually the discipline and implementation of the policy we have, the availability of data for effective decision. And I even expected, organization, the one it's leading, when I go to the website, I will see like a place where I can tell them how many kilometers I drive, what is the cost of this, and what have you, and it will tell me how long I will pay back. I mean, that kind of simple tool is very effective in converting people or in reorienting people around the ESG initiative that they should take. So, discipline, data, and that is implementation, and also the communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salisu. That was a beautiful wrap up. He has already summarized the three major areas, and I want to particularly dwell on the creating awareness bit of it. And I believe the PCING, even my company GACN, we have stakeholder events, we have awareness campaigns that we're trying to push out for people to know the benefits of certain energy alternatives as well. But this is a call to action to every companies, government, everybody. We need come together, not just about the data collection and the digitalization bit of it, real-time data, creating awareness, and also the policy implementation discipline bit of it. Thank you so much, Dr. Salisu. So I will move quickly. I know time is moving so fast. We have not even gone halfway, but I'll move quickly. This Onyeka. I want us to move from theory to more practical things. So, as an advisor, if you were given a chance to redesign the economic impact assessment process for energy projects in Nigeria, to better incorporate community feedback and long-term sustainability metrics, rather than just being a compliance checklist, how would you redesign that? What would you say to people? What would you pose?
Okay, so if I heard it correctly, economic impact?
Yes.
Okay.
Economic impact assessment, the process.
Or the environmental impact?
Environmental impact, sorry.
Okay. Yes, so from a policy standpoint, I'll start with first of all, let me thank you for that question. I'll start with the community aspect of it. I am particularly very happy about the PIA and what it has done or what it is doing with the community bits of it. If I'm sure most of us have read about the HTDT, that's the Host Community Development Fund, which particularly mandates oil and gas operators to take up projects, this time around government-backed. So it's going to be strictly monitored. The communities are going to be involved in the scoping, determining the needs of the communities and whatnot. So from cradle to grave, the community is it's involved in all the process. Now let's take that to the EIA process. The oil and gas industry has had still have a very grounded EIA process, from the scoping to the design, monitoring, and etc. And we have also been able, as regulators, we have also been able to incorporate the community bits into the AIA process. However, one of the things I think can be done to better make it a better responsive process is to then allow these communities become part of the process from the word go. The moment a company comes and says we want to develop or we are bidding for an asset, and then this is what we want to say, let's hypothetical example, OML say 10, a company comes and bids for it, and then they win it and whatnot. The next thing is community engagement. That should start from the scoping part of point of view. This is what we want to do with this asset. We want to produce oil and gas, or oil or gas as the case is. This is the kind of infrastructure we are looking to put in place. This is the kind of development, how many wells we are looking to drill, the kind of flow station we're looking to build and whatnot. And then with that, the community is able to, and most communities have their technical experts and their thought leaders. Get them in the room, let them understand what the project is all about, the risks in this project. Um, if the community agrees with it, what is the community proposing? Are there alternative design pathways to making that project scalable, right? And without necessarily hampering the community livelihood, health impact, and whatnot. Now, on the sustainability angle, the then DPR come, the NEPRC has also been doing a very fantastic job in incorporating sustainability. And why I say so is this: I know with the EIA process, it doesn't just stop with the preliminary impact assessment, the scoping and whatnot, even down to when you're designing, you have several engagements, the hazards, the hazards, where you literally, using his presentation, the digital twin, you literally simulate what the operations would typically look like, and then pinpoint issues that would most likely arise from your operations, right? And that helps you. So we've seen cases where a company proposes a particular design. As we continue to review, and the design process, we see gaps, we see lapses, we see potential impacts, and we say, no, we can't do this. There should be a better way. And most times, you even begin to detect them during the scoping, the conceptual design phase of it, right? And so it's always been a process. And then even while the project progresses, what we then do is we monitor from the commissioning. When we want to commission, we try to do like a simulation. Okay, we want to see, is this facility responsive? Is it well designed? Are there failure modes? What can be done to to make it waterproof? There's really nothing. So you can do so much, but you can't really take out all the risks. But at least we're able to predict most of the risks and then handle them, right? And so down to even your operations, there's what we call the environmental compliance and monitoring system, where you have to monitor against your baseline for every potential impact, and not just potential, even real-time impacts as they happen. And you're expected to not just monitor, you're expected to also report, right? And so that has made the document not a dormant document, but a live document. So what I would say is, even though the NUPRC conducts in pari passu with the operators, the ESCM and whatnot, we can also try to involve third-party audit organizations or systems where they can, give us feedback, even from the company's operations rather, and we can then double check as regulators to see if what is planned versus the actual are tallying or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I hear you taking proactive steps to engage the community in every phase of the project, especially the scoping and monitoring aspects of things. Thank you so much, Engineer Onyeka. So we'll move back to Dr. Mohammed. I know everybody recently were talking about methane abatement, carbon capture, renewable development, and all of that. What would you say, or how would you prioritize, or how would you say Nigeria should prioritize between these three to be able to ensure energy access?
Thank you again, Ekene. I think that's a very wonderful question. I like the question. So I think first of all, we should not think of these as competing priorities. So I think there is no competition there. What we should be thinking is about timelines and about impacts of each of these options that you've mentioned. So if you take methane, I think you have to remember that it's a short-lived climate pollutant. Short-lived means that it's a low-hanging fruit, and you should take advantage. And when you work on methane emissions mitigation, you're actually working on reducing emissions so that you see the impact, the positive impact of that reduction within your lifetime. we had a presentation where we talked about the global warming potential of methane and the potent gas that it is, and that I think it is 80 times, 84 times, etc., more potent than carbon dioxide. So when we work on methane, we are actually working on half the problem of climate change within our lifetime. So it is also cost effective. So methane is basically natural gas. And so when you save methane, you're actually saving a resource that you could use to produce electricity. So let's see it from that perspective and take advantage. Now, when you think about carbon dioxide, it's quite different. They are all greenhouse gases, but it's quite different. So when we work on carbon dioxide emissions mitigation today, we are actually working on this so that the future generation will benefit from that. Because when you vent or flare carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, what you are doing is you are putting a burden to the future generation, just like the previous generation had done this on us. So if you flare carbon dioxide, or probably the carbon dioxide that we want to capture, maybe through technologies like direct air capture, are carbon dioxide that have been there for the past 100, 200 years ago. So when we flare today, we are actually, doing the same that was done by the previous generations when the Industrial Revolution came into effect. Now, carbon dioxide is also, emissions mitigation is also something you think about when we think about hard to abate sectors. So there are sectors that are really difficult to abate. If you take aviation, it's quite difficult to abate carbon dioxide from aviation sector. And if you think about large industries, large scale emitters, cement industries, oil industries, steel, lime, etc. So what do you do with the carbon dioxide? So it means it comes from industries that are huge. It means there is a lot of investment. So it's not like methane where it's cost effective. So a lot of investment need to go in there. And then industries, so maybe you need old industries that must be retrofitted, new industries that will have carbon capture technologies. When I was in the UK some years back, I remember that the UK government said they weren't in a position to invest £1 billion for CO2 storage projects within the North Sea. There was Peterhead and White Rose projects, and take the fact that the UK started the Industrial Revolution, but they were not in a position at the time to invest that amount. That was a huge amount. So anything carbon dioxide is huge. Anything methane, it just requires plumbing. So when you go to the industry, you need to check your valves, you need to check your storage tanks, etc. You need to do periodic leak detection and repair, etc. Now, coming into renewables, I think we've heard from the economists in the house that it's basically about expanding access to electricity. So you are expanding access to those of us in the urban areas. You are also probably expanding access to those who don't have electricity. As long as they have access to sunshine, I think they could have access to electricity. So I don't see this as competing priorities. I see these as options that we should think about them differently based on impact and timelines. Thank you.
Very, very apt and very interesting. Thank you, sir. So, these are not competing priorities. We should find a way to collectively handle each of them individually and maybe simultaneously if possible. Thank you so much for providing that very interesting insight. So I would move to Dr. Sunday. So from a governance perspective, the idea is, like we said, we're also trying to push for awareness. We're trying to let people know what is happening. But what would you say is the most overrated and underrated ESG priority in Nigeria right now? And what do you think we need to do to correct this?
All right, thank you for that question. I believe that reporting is kind of overrated. And what I mean by that is that if you go on most of the companies, including banks' website, you are going to see a tab on sustainability. If you click on that report, you will see basically it's not just information without any baseline data. So everybody wants to look good on paper, but fundamentally, or in reality, they're not that good. So it's a data problem. So reporting, showing, making a company look good on paper, to me is kind of overrated. What is underrated is the power of data itself. So without data, now I'm going to go deeper into data now. So I'm talking about, again, I'll come back to ESG. We need to talk about specifically data. So for example, for environmental data, if you go back to the oil and gas sector, for example, for every oil company, there are regulations there that requires that the company report, for example, their emissions. But what, as I mentioned this earlier, most of the data, most of the emission reporting, most companies are just assumptions. Even the assumptions are not, they cannot be verified. And I know this because this is the service that we provide. So there's a need for reporting to be based on actual data. The data, especially for oil and gas sector, the data should come from measurement, not assumption. Yeah, of course, assumption always going to be, but assumption has to be scientific. Okay, so measurement is very critical. And even if you come out of the oil and gas industry, maybe still within the energy industry, go to power generation. So the power sector also supposed to be reporting emissions. So as we speak, everyone will tell you that we're reporting. Okay, but on what basis are you reporting? If we subject your report to verification, will you pass? So if that focus on accurate, and I don't want to use the word accurate because my major area is measurement, and we don't use the word accurate anyhow. But if I'm going to borrow like a normal person, is accurate reporting has to be on the basis of quality and accurate data, and that data has to be verified. So if you say our emissions in the year is 10 tons of CO2 equivalent, how do you arrive at that 10 ton of CO2 equivalent? We have to deep down and see where the data is coming. So data is very critical. And again, I'll go back to what Dr. Amindu said. The policies are there, the frameworks are there to support companies to generate data through scientific means or credible means. But again, the challenge is for people to reach out to get to this point whereby they are doing things are supposed to be not looking good on paper, and beneath it, it's not very good. Everybody will agree with me that as a country, data is always a problem. It's a problem. People don't understand the value of data. My colleague here was talking about energy data. People think that, oh, let me get quickly and get results. But fundamental, if you look at data and that data is coming from a credible source, you can make a better decision. Okay, so as a country, we need data to be able to predict things. We need data to be able to, even our policies, because policies are not supposed to be static. Policies are supposed to be reviewed, dynamic, and this review has to do with data. So we have to value data at company level, we have to value data at national level, and this data should come from, start from measurement, okay, and that's very critical. So data is underrated, and lack of trying to look good is overrated.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we can all agree that data is a very important aspect. He has just told us that actual real-time data is very important, and it can also help to inform policy reviews and implementation, as the case may be. Thank you so much for that bit of it. So, okay, in terms of forward-looking, we've exhausted time. So in terms of forward-looking, I think we'll just take two more quick points, and I'll just speak to Engineer Mrs. Onyenka. So as we wrap, what would you say? So you're going to fill in the blank for us, basically. Just short question. So the future of Nigeria's energy sector will be responsible only if we finally solve the challenge of dash, dash, dash. You can just tell us maybe one or two challenges that you think we need to solve as a forward-looking strategy.
So thank you for that question again. I'll go really from what he said. Data is king. Yes, so digitization all the way, that's definitely one challenge we need to overcome as a country. And I say this because I've had to do a couple of personal research on some presentations I wanted to make, and then I struggled to find data on certain things, and it then begs the question, how do you derive policies without data? How do you enforce policies without data? And how do you even monitor that these policies are working or not working if you don't have a way to collect feedback or the data, as the case is? So I think we have to solve that challenge for the energy sector in Nigeria. That being said, other additional challenges would be institutional coordination. Like every speaker here said, we have policies in place. However, sometimes we struggle with knowing what role to play as institutions. Where do we start and where do we stop? Where does the next organization take off from? Where do we overlap? How do we overcome these challenges? So a typical example or hypothetical example, we want to overcome the challenge of energy availability. Nigeria is using gas as a transition fuel. It starts with the production of gas. What role would NUPRC play to support the production of gas? What role would NMDPRA play to support the distribution of gas to get to the producers of energy, right? How do, for instance, the Energy Commission, how do they tie into, supporting with, say, renewable energies, the people who produce, energy from the grid using the turbines, gas turbines and whatnot? What amount of gas would they require? Are their infrastructures up? Who are the regulators that would support? So institutional coordination is very key. So that and digitalization, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. In 20 seconds or less, Dr. Salisu, would you be able to tell us, looking ahead to 2030, what is one key metric that you would use to measure whether Nigeria has truly begun driving responsible energy utilization? Or maybe we can take it to say energy access. So what key metric would you say between now and 2030?
So between now and 2030, in terms of our energy, is actually the generation, because we have a huge gap in terms of the generation and of the energy. But what is beautiful here is the fact that we can leapfrog using renewable energy. We can mainstream renewable energy in our energy ecosystem because it's available, it's sustainable, and with a very large extent is actually it's easier to capture compared to the gestation period. I'm talking about the production. So I think what we need to do is to focus on our production, and we should also leapfrog from the renewable energy. We should promote solar, we should promote CNG, we should promote EV, we should promote LPG, we should promote all the energy that are transition fuel for us, because of course we need to balance between energy access and energy poverty.
Thank
I
you
hope I didn't
so
pass my
much.
20 seconds.
No. You gave a perfect summary. Thank you so much. Of course, combining current generation as well as um, leapfrogging into renewable energy solutions as well. So for a final thought, 20 seconds again. Professor Ahmed, I know you're a professor. I don't know if you can do 20 seconds, but please just help us. What is an actionable recommendation that you will give policymakers, private sector leaders in the next 12 months to move all of this that we've been discussing from dialogue to actual delivery of the responsible energy that we see as a future?
Yeah, really afraid of professors when it comes to time. Well, since it's just 20 seconds, let me just give the highlight. I think natural gas is the answer for Nigeria in all energy ramifications because it's environmentally friendly, and we have natural gas 4 times more than the crude oil. We have our transition, but rather a diversification program, because I see oil continue to dominate. Because in Nigeria we have about 40 billion crude oil reserves, proven reserve. Apart from those possible reserves, I'm sure there are frontier areas where we can find new crude oil. So we should not just risk transiting because other people are doing the transition, because we have to tap into the advantages we have. They may have advantages of technology, we don't. But we have advantages of the reserves. So AKK pipeline is almost about to be commissioned, I'm sure. So I believe in terms of policy and some key projects, there are a lot of progress when it comes to the transition, or rather diversification. And because of the threat of EVs, electric transport systems, we have to also think strategically. Now investing and regulating the mining sector, especially lithium. We have about $34 billion worth of proven lithium reserves across different geographical belts, especially in the middle belt here. So we have to have a policy on how to tap. We should not just make lithium just the way we did with oil, sending out the crude. So let us set up some factories that will produce those batteries here. Because when it comes about electric energy, you're thinking about storage. That's the key trade there. And then incentivizing industries that use the gas, make gas cheaper as we are making it available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. We've heard from them. Data collection challenges. We need to find a way to resolve it to make sure that we have real-time data. We need to push for awareness, create awareness, especially as we move or leverage towards renewable energy solutions. And we still need to leverage the natural gas as transition fuel. I'm just trying to summarize everything that we have heard today. And thank you all for your time. And we hope you learned 1 or 2 things. I sure did as well. Thank you so much, my distinguished panelists, for having us here today. Thank you.
You agree with me that the moderator, please remain seated, please. Remain seated, panelists. Thank you so much. Agree with me, they did so well. Can you give them another round of applause, please? Thank you. We'd like to most respectfully invite the section chair, SPE Abuja section, Dr. Ikechukwu Kafor, to please come and give them their thank you handshake and, of course, a plaque. Please celebrate Engineer Ikechukwu Kafor. And the first, of course, will be given to the lady I omitted at first. Okay, I think you could just stand in the middle, yes, sir, for the photos. Of course, Engineer Onyeka Gabrieli, thank you so much, ma'am. A senior environmental regulatory professional and public policy analyst with the NUPRC. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wealth of knowledge. Please celebrate her. Thank you so much. Up next, we'd like to thank you, seated, ma'am. You can be seated, ma'am. You take a group photo with them. Dr. Sunday Kancho up next. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday Kancho, a sponsor, and of course, a speaker on the panel session. Thank you so much. Please celebrate Dr. Sunday Kancho, the CEO of Flexion and Company. Another reminder, please ensure you visit the registration booth to get your papers for the raffle draw. Thank you. Up next, Dr. Salisu Ishiak. Thank you so much, sir. Celebrating, please. The Vice Chair of the World Energy Council Nigeria Committee. We are also grateful to Dr. Mohammed Dahiru Aminu, the Manager, Clean Air Task Force. And of course, we are grateful to Professor Ahmed Adamu, a professor of petroleum economics and a distinguished petroleum economist. Thank you so much, Professor Ahmed Adamu. Oh, his lecturer in the MBA program, now a speaker at his event. Thank you. And of course, the finest of the Kene Ebenebe. Thank you so much, superstar moderator. So when we call you again, we hope you will tell us yes. Thank you. A family photo. Would like to invite our BOT chair, second director, and all BOTs to please join on stage. Family photo on stage, please. Engineer George Kalu, Engineer Victor's eBay would like you to join on stage for, and of course, programs chair. Okay, she's no longer here. Please join on stage for a group photo. And of course, our special guest of honor would like you to kindly join them on stage, sir, for a family photo. Speaking of Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, sir, please on stage. Yes, sir, for a family photo, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll need. Okay, please, thank you. You can go down. Thank you. To celebrate all of them. Thank you very, very much. Your Excellencies, I'd like to kindly appeal that we would have, after this remark, we would go for tea break. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. The first set of raffle draw, and after the raffle draw we come back for tea break and we are done. Our very next remark, Your Excellency, would be taken by a distinguished. I'd like to appeal that we go back to our seats. Thank you very much, our VIPs over there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please kindly go back to your seats. Thank you. Our VIPs at the back as well. Please kindly inform them, please, so that we can have one house, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Our very next speaker is a distinguished legal practitioner and a public servant. He served as a senior special assistant to the former President Buhari on social investment and later as secretary of the Policy and Strategy Directorate of the Tinubu 2023 campaign. He was also the APC National Youth Leader and a founding member of the APC. Of course, he has been honored with the National Honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we celebrate Barrister Ishmael Ahmed, the Executive Chairman and CEO of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas and Electric Vehicles, as he gives his warm remark. Please keep celebrating him.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't know what this man is saying, introducing me with all these accolades, former youth leader, former this. What is that has to do with anything? Professionals are here speaking, and you are calling me that I'm a former national youth leader. But good afternoon, everyone. I have come to listen and to learn, and I think some of us who have been saddled with the responsibility of heading agencies of government or being policy makers or implementers, sometimes we just need to sit down and listen much more than talk. So I'm glad I was here early enough, not early enough, but I'm glad I listened to the panel. I've taken a lot of jabs from some of the panelists, Salisu. But I'm glad I'm here. You know, when they introduced me as barrister, it tells you that I probably am not in the right room, because this is supposed to be an engineering room with all these professors and doctors who are engineers in different fields of petroleum and gas and economy. I'm here to just give a goodwill message. Basically, I think the panel have done justice to a lot of topics. I've taken a lot of notes on how to improve what we are doing. Some of the panel members mentioned that, and I'm glad that Professor Ahmed Adamu spoke about that gas is not a transition fuel. It's an alternative fuel. I remember that one of our colleagues lost her job in this administration because we went to Riyadh with the president, and she kept talking about transition fuel. And I think some of the Saudis and the UAEs and the Qataris kept asking the president, how can you have gas and keep talking about transition? Why are you following these people? What are you going to do with your 200 trillion cubic feet of gas if we keep saying that? And I think when we go back, she was laid off. You know, she was fired. So you need to speak the right language if you are in English. In Nigeria, gas is not a transition fuel. It's an alternative fuel. And like you said, we shouldn't be rushing to transition just because everybody seems to be going a certain direction. We have accepted the fact that, yes, climate change is real. We've accepted the fact that, you know, we need to move to EVs because irrespective of what government is doing, people are already moving in that direction. Government needs to have a guide and a policy that is sustainable so that, like Salisu said, there would be investors who could see the predictability of it and be able to invest in it. But by and large, at the PICNG and EV, what we're trying to do is to see that we have created an alternative. And we are communicating as effectively as we can. But we understand that energy is a habit. It takes people a while for them to move from point A to point B. And it's about trust. There's a trust deficit. And if you're a government, you are speaking, people trust you even less. They are saying, why are you the one telling us about this? People want to see things for who they are, for what they are at the end of the day. We need to be able to demonstrate that. Government needs to be able to convert its fleets into electricity or CNG and then be able to move in that direction. Because the power of example is more important than the example of power. And it is very important that government moves in that direction, exemplifying, you know, that it is ready to demonstrate that it is time to move on from fossil fuels or dirty fuels to what we have today. So I'm glad to be here. I've learned a lot. And I'm sure that some of the students that are here have learned a lot as well. We improve, and I'll keep coming to every of this gathering for me to learn more and more. Thank you so much for finding me worthy to invite me. I didn't say much, but just clap for me. Thank you so much.
So I would like you to hold on for a thank you plaque. Thank you so much. Please remain on stage. We'd like to welcome Engineer George Kalu to kindly come and tell him thank you for accepting to attend our event every year. Please celebrate him. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. This. We'd also like to say thank you to Engineer Tenege Cho. Up next, you will also come on stage to get your thank you from Engineer George Kalu as well. Okay, so please hold on, sir. George Kalu, please hold on, please. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very, very much. Of course, up next, Engineer Tenege. Thank you. We have amazing sponsors from Pegasus Global, Flessing and Company, Bismuth Engineering, and of course, SALP Energy Consulting. The very last, sir, you would give a sponsor's plaque to Flessing and Company. Please help me celebrate Dr. Sunday Kancho as he comes to receive the thank you plaque. A sponsor, please celebrate him well enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer George. Celebrate Engineer George Kalu. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, Your Excellencies, if you see your time, it's 1:02. For the next 30 minutes, you would be heading for your tea break. But please hold on. Flessing and Company, are you ready for the raffle draw, the first one right now? Or when we come back from tea break? Okay, when we come back from tea break. Okay, so please, I would like to ask our VIPs first. Head over to the cafeteria for tea break. Section chair, please guide the VIPs. Please, delegates, hold on, let VIPs go first. And after the VIPs, we'll have everybody join. Please, the ushers guide the VIPs to the cafeteria for tea break. Thank you so much. Please be back by 1:30. I will come to announce that by 1:25, we start leaving the cafeteria. Please, I like that we are back here by 1:30. Thank you very much. My name is Off and On. My pleasure, as always, to serve as your master of ceremonies. See you after tea break. Bye. Technical, help us with sound. We have a red carpet outside. You can use the red carpet for a better background, please. Photographers, please guide our VIPs to the red carpet, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, delegates, please. You can now head over. Please, by 1:30, I will come and disturb you to come back, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome back from your tea break. Thank you for sticking to time. Of course, we are ready for part 2 of today's event. Like I had mentioned earlier on, this is a 1-week celebration, the Abuja Energy and Governance Week. Yesterday, we did a community impact program where we went to the streets of Garki Market. We also went to JSS Secondary School at Apo Legislative, where we trained and lectured the young boys on the future of the energy, celebrating the boys, International Days of the Boys Child. And after that, we went to Garaki International Market, where we did some community cleanup exercise, and of course, did some empowerment for the women who came, teaching them how to do soap and some basic skills. And for the guys, we trained them on a little thing like investing in solar energy, then the market. So today is day 2. The first part was ESG. And today we are looking at, this time around, we're looking at midstream and downstream regulation. Of course, we have amazing speakers who do justice to this new amazing theme. Of course, strengthening collaboration for effective energy governance in the midstream and downstream petroleum sector. A lot of them just came in while we were having the panel session for the first segment. So I'll recognize them. Please, when I recognize you as a speaker at this second part, you can wave your hands and give us a very warm smile. Of course, speaking anytime from now would be the Deputy Director of Project Management at NMDPRA, Celebrate Dr. Hussaini Basaka. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Welcome, sir. And also a panelist for the very next session, of course, hydrocarbon processing plants and installations. Still with the NMDPRA, Engineer Dr. Stanley Ngene. Please celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir. A warm welcome to you. Of course, also joining us later at the panel will be a leader from Halalia Energy Consult, Dr. Abubakar Alkali. Welcome, sir. A pleasure to see you here. Also joining us, made to understand, okay, she's on her way, the Deputy Director at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. I want to confirm she's here, Adewale Adewumi, on her way, right? Okay, thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Please celebrate her, please. A warm welcome to you, ma'am, from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Of course, we have a Dean from the Faculty of Engineering, Nile University of Nigeria, Professor Petrus Nzerem. Welcome, sir. Pleasure to have you. Is he, I saw him in the building. Somebody can give him a chat that we are about to start the next session. Okay, and of course, the last but not the least, assistant programs for SPE Abuja, and of course, works with NGPIS, Dr. Malami Mohammed. Welcome to you, sir. Pleasure to have you here. Okay, so okay, we can see Professor Petrus Nzerem. Sir, please, on the black seat. Welcome, celebrate him. From Nile University of Nigeria, the Dean Faculty of Engineering. Again, I would like to announce, please, if you have any space seats in front of you, please fill them up, please. Thank you, please, fill them up. Celebrate yourselves as you fill them up. Please, no space seats in front of you, please. From those at the back, please just keep coming forward, please. This row, my guys, I can see some seats. If there are bags, leave the bags there, but if there are no bags, fill it up, please. Please, no seats in front of you, please, for photo optics. And of course, to our online participants, thank you so much for staying with us, and I hope you had your tea break over there. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, we switch gears to the very first keynote speech for this session. Of course, this speaker is a distinguished Nigerian engineer and administrator with over 2 decades of experience in the petroleum sector. He began his career in 2003 as a chemical engineer at the Department of Petroleum Resources, rising to chief chemical engineer specializing in engineering integrity and standards conformance. He also served as manager of gas facilities, focusing on gas modernization and infrastructure licensing, and later led the Standards Conformity Assessment and Technology Adaptation Department. At the NMDPRA, he serves as the Assistant Director and the then Deputy Director of Engineering and Standards, enforcing regulatory projects, controls, and verifying complex engineering designs. He will be speaking on the theme, strengthening collaboration for effective energy governance in the midstream and downstream sector. Please help me welcome for his speech, Dr. Hosseini Basaka, as he comes for his speech. Keep celebrating him. You have the option of asking questions after his turn. So please take note. If he doesn't get a mic for me, don't keep clapping.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I was flying from Lagos yesterday, and I was so tensed. 22 years of tension. I'm an Arsenal fan, and we won the Champions League. I don't know if protocols have been observed, but the SPE section chair, other dignitaries, captains of industry, professionals, members of SPE, students, thank you. I want to start by running through what it means to be midstream and downstream value chain. But before I do that, somebody once asked me, which generator uses crude oil? And I told him none. And he said, crude oil is so valuable. I said, yes, because the crude oil has to be transported and converted to useful products for crude oil to be used. So, and there comes midstream and downstream. Hopefully, okay, I thought the slide would be running through. So, what is midstream and downstream? It is simply about moving reservoir fluids, stabilized or conditioned, from the upstream through processing plants for gas, through refineries for oil, converting them to useful products, energy products, heating oils, petrochemicals, lubricants, and a host of others. Even petrochemical coke used for extraction of metals comes thanks to the processing. And then from there, it is stored in bulk storage facilities, supplied, distributed, and then finally retailed to at the last mile consumption point. But the key thing about the midstream and downstream is that there's a connect between transportation, processing, up to wholesale and retail supply. That is why failure of any one of these along the value chain means failure of all. But let's look at it from a different context. Nigeria is under immense pressure. Why? Rising demand as our population increases. Infrastructure gaps and supply chain inefficiencies associated with aging infrastructures, underinvestment, and fragmented policy implementation. Can the midstream and downstream take care of this? Of course we have to, because we are energy security. What do we need to make that happen? Strong governance, operational efficiency are what we need. Who do we need to participate? The regulator, the operators, and all other stakeholders, financiers, host communities, service providers, and a host of others. Still moving to the context of it all. The midstream and downstream, as I said earlier, provides all the fuel to move our vehicles, to power industries. They provide petrochemical precursors. Virtually everybody is here putting something made of petrochemicals or has used something made of petrochemicals. It comes thanks to the midstream and downstream. And of course, retention of foreign exchange for Nigeria as we export such products. What drives that? The need for energy security of energy supplies. The need for enhanced local content to gainfully employ more Nigerians to participate in the midstream and downstream business. To curtail emissions And then very importantly, returns on investment, because that's the key. But what are the pain points on the investment? Inefficiencies associated with supply chain constraints. But it is all about governance. And what is governance? Governance is about clear policies, laws, and regulations, so as to avoid confusion, so that investors will know where to put their money. Thanks to the PIA, a provision was made that the NMDPRA and by extension the NUPRC can only issue regulations after publishing such for 21 days and subjecting it to stakeholders' engagement. That brings room for clarity and certain level of predictability. Governance also is about transparent licensing and permitting. That's why the PIA made it clear, specifying each license required for each operation within the midstream and downstream value chain, in such a way that the terms and conditions are clearly specified and each qualified entity can now be issued a license based on that. The third leg of governance is strong monitoring and enforcement. There are so many regulations covering flare gas, health and safety, decommissioning and abandonment, environmental remediation, and a lot of provision for supplying data and constant joint inspections. That is about monitoring and enforcement. The fourth pillar is accountability. Somebody has to be accountable for production, for sales, to make sure the facility is up and running. That is why the operations regulation clearly created what they call duties of a manager, duties of a licensee, and duties of other participants. That is why there has to call for strong monitoring and enforcement. Also accountability. And then the last one is fair and predictable market rules. The PIA makes it clear that there shall be no anti-competitive practices. Producers, processors, transporters, and other service providers must publish their tariff methodology with terms to all entities that will participate in business with them, so as to be able to have a line of sight to the true tariffs of price for any service rendered, any product sold, or any derivatives delivered to the market. And that is governance. So how do we connect governance and operational efficiency? With the transparency, the accountability, the clarity, it means that clearly governance will help reduce delays in project execution, shortening the lead times of delivering projects and making projects more viable. Improve compliance when it has to do with technical and safety standards, so that Nigerians and others will go to work and come back healthy, the environment will be protected, and the facilities will be in place. And of course, reduce product loss associated with minimizing bad practices that either leads to loss in hydrocarbon during operations, during transportation, during production, or at point of sale. With respect to asset maintenance, proper asset maintenance driven by data, thanks to predictive maintenance, also ensures that assets have longer life, higher longevity. And then finally, planning and coordination across the value chain, so that investors can have confidence that they will recoup their invested funds within the indicated payback times that enables asset replacement, and of course making the right returns for investment that shareholders want. So, still talking operational efficiency, it has to be data driven. The right data that has to be accurate and reliable actually helps in decision making to truly improve operational efficiency. Is it on inventory management to make sure that you place order for spares and feedstock at the right time? Is it for demand forecasting to be able to know which of the markets you push which product to at which time? Is it supply planning in order to match trucks that are taking products, or to match pipeline balancing and nomination capacity? Or is it about market transparency, so that you know the changes in price and the spatial distribution of prices between one point and the other? It's all tied to data. So, operational efficiency is simply about curtailing leakages and inefficiencies. It's on the next slide. How do you do that? Theft, diversion, and fraud is curbed. Better measurement to ensure that every stakeholder gets value for money when produced hydrocarbon or transported hydrocarbon or retailed or wholesale supplied hydrocarbon provides revenue. Enforcing accountability in storage, transport, and of course also in processing. Minimizing downtime and service disruption so that assets can run for longer hours, providing increasing production, of course, capturing more revenue. And finally, efficient utilization of assets where idle capacities are not left unused. Third parties can now use those idle capacity and pay tariff for that. That reduces the overall cost of production per unit. Now, energy security. Energy security is simply about reliable supply. It's about affordable supply, and it's about continuous supply. This is what makes energy security. How can governance help in doing that? With the clarity earlier on said, the transparency in licensing, the accountability by certain parties, and then the fair market pricing and fair predictable market pricing, we can comfortably ensure availability of petroleum products, protect critical infrastructures, promote stability in product supply thanks to a well-organized distribution network, inventory holding, and then retailing, and then, of course, support emergency response, reduce shocks and disruption. I'm sure some people are aware of the National Strategic Stock, which seeks to be able to hold stock of the key petroleum product so that when there is scarcity, some quantity can be released to the market. So it is expected that the PIA made sure that existed to be able to take away shocks and disruptions. And of course, supply continuity, because if it doesn't continue, then there's no security of energy supply. But behind all the text and grammar, it's all about investment. Can we attract the right investment? Predictable and transparent systems are preferred by investors. That lowers business risks. That encourages expansion in infrastructure, modernization of all the critical infrastructure for delivery of hydrocarbon fuels from points of production to the market, and of course, finally, long-term sector growth. You can make all the profit in the world. You can create all the value. But if people are not safe, it's all null. So governance must make sure it is beyond naira and kobo or dollars and cents. It's about promoting compliance with HSC. It's about minimizing accidents and incidents. It's about operational reliability and, of course, the welfare of workers, of host communities, and of assets. That has to also be one of the outcomes of good governance. Market stability. So it's clear, I repeat it again, transparency, accountability, good governance, predictable rules brings about good, encourage transparency in pricing, prevent hoarding artificial scarcity, brings about fair competition because there's market intelligence, there's information about pricing, so that leads to market stability, and of course, it reduces arbitrage and arbitrary practices. So governance also plays a part into that. That is the reason why it is expected in the midstream and downstream that the NMDPRA issue a pricing and tariffing framework, and operators issue pricing methodologies that gives rise to how they arrive at their prices to bring about stability. Well, so how do you transition to good governance? You don't start by reading it in books. You start by embedding compliance into your operational framework in such a way that it becomes a part of you. It is part of your process and part of all your systems. whether it's QA/QC, whether it's HSC plans and quality controls, whether it's your project plans and implementing projects, whether in your operations and maintenance, you have to integrate that. But that has to be aligned with the operational reality of that particular business, be it transportation, processing, distribution, or retailing. And last but not the least, collaboration. It has to be industry-wide, it has to be sector-wide, and that is the reason why that synergy is actually required. We have to move from a point whereby data is manual and delayed to where it is tied to real-time supply of information. Enforcement cannot be reactive. Enforcement has to be predictable. It has to be some form of partnership. Logistics, we cannot depend 90% of the time on trucking. We have to make sure that the most efficient logistics systems are in place, be they pipelines, be they some other forms of virtual transportation that makes for the best. And then, of course, for siloed systems, they are varying quality, but when there's collaboration, it is standard that everybody works with so that there will be connection between the markets and the producers. And then the next slide is somewhat about the PIA. The PIA brought about a serious paradigm shift from where the regulator is a policeman to where the regulator is a partner, bringing about market stability, operational efficiency, structured de-risking, and shared value for all partners. Bottom line is that it is from a policeman to the architect, and that is part of what governance seeks to achieve, and that can only be done in a collaborative approach. I conclude, governance is all about well-functioning petroleum sector that improves efficiency, attracts investment, ensures everybody is safe, it strengthens national security, and of course, it is a shared responsibility attached to it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'll stand on the existing protocol. I'm Engineer Christabel with the SP, Section 99. Okay, I have a question. I'll just lump it, sort of like two, but I'll lump it into one. First, I want to say thank you for this presentation. I believe this presentation should also be done in other, maybe oil and gas platform as well, because it's an eye-opener. And I'm happy that NMDPR could stand to give such a presentation. My question is this. I heard you talk about stockpiling, sort of. I wanted you to just expatiate. One of your slides, you were talking about the role NMDPR is going to be. Maybe it's a future role, or it's something to be done. You are doing it presently, or it's in the future. You talked about maybe there is scarcity. NMDPR can bring out something to stock to go around the country, depending on when we have availability of PMS. Okay, that's one. What are you doing about it on that part? Is it playing right now or something in the future? Then secondly, you talked about stability of pricing. We know what is going on with all the Strait of Hormuz and everything, how it's affecting the country. What role has NMDP actually played to show we have this PMS stability in Nigeria?
Thank you. So the first one is about the national strategic stock. It's a provision of the PIA that expects the NMDPRA to deliberately charge certain fees on petroleum products to be able to hold stock so that during emergencies, such stocks can be released. The NMDPRA has taken the first step of gazetting a regulation to implement the national strategic stock. The next step is the modality for implementation, because third parties that hold bulk storage facility operators, whether it's a refinery somewhere, whether it's a depot somewhere, will have to deliberately hold stock, that particular stock. But don't be worried. The question is, will they sell the stock? They won't, because there's a minimum stock level in the tanks that must be maintained that represents that strategic stock. And a stockholder must have operating stock, meaning that the stock that NNDPR keeps in your bulk storage facility cannot just evaporate. You must have operating stock, and you must maintain minimum stock. But it will soon be operationalized. I'm sure that has answered the first two questions. And then the third one is about price stability. Well, the PIA makes it clear that investors must be allowed cost-reflective pricing. It means that if you spend 10 naira and your return is probably going to be 1 or 2 naira on top, that has to be allowed because you have to be in business. The NMDPRA has no business if nobody's in business. So by and large, we do not force prices. The new regime means that nobody sets prices. The market drives prices. However, the concern is, what if there are imported products that come cheaper? The same law allows for fairness. So if there are imported products that are cheaper than locally produced one, then the market has to correct itself. But even for that, that same law makes clear that before you even import, there must be gap, demand-supply gap, that the local refineries cannot fill or producers cannot fill before you do that. But largely, the market drives the prices. All we do is we make sure we license you, we track availability of stock, we try to ensure there are no bad practices, and with the pricing methodology, we have an idea of what the final price looks like based on the cost of inputs that are published globally. Thank you.
Just a quick question, please. I'm Dr. Abubakar Ali. I'm from the Halalia Energy Consult. I was actually very much interested in one of the points you made in your presentation. It's regarding pricing stability, which you also talked about just now. We know because of the fact that the industry is deregulated, the private sector, the operators, more often than not, they take advantage. And there is a sort of crisis in pricing now. It's unstable, and the public is being, in a way, shortchanged, to a very good extent. For example, price of PMS is now 1,400, around there. So in your presentation, you mentioned a system whereby the law stipulates that the operator, the companies, the importers, or the refineries should present a template of how they arrive at their pricing system to the regulator before they can, implement that system, before they can fix that price. If your production is, if your refining cost is 1,000 naira, for example, you have no point, there is no point, fixing your X pump price at 1,400 or 500, okay? So it's, in governance, is the duty of the regulator, okay, to ensure that the public interest is protected by looking at this template and also ensuring that a minimum, okay, a minimum profit regime, profit margin, is charged by the companies. Now the question is, do we have any minimum profit margin applicable? Okay, and also the second question, do we actually have any kind of implementation of this template you're talking about? Do these refining refining companies, to those refineries, do the importers of PMS or diesel or kerosene, do they present any template of how they arrive at their prices before they fix these prices? Thank you.
So, the law is clear. The NMDPRA cannot fix price or decide price, but they can track prices and be able to check if there are bad practices. For example, a $120 crude oil translates to 75 cents per liter. 75 cents per liter right now is close to 1,000 naira, 1,000 plus. By the time you add other costs, the PIA allows that all costs must be reflected. So meaning that if that investor borrowed money from the bank in Nigeria at say 25%, and that is real, that cost of financing is a cost that has to be knocked off. The only cost that cannot be put in there are penalties. Penalties and certain issues associated with non-compliances, those are the only costs we take away. Now back to margins. Do we track margins? Well, the rule of thumb is that anybody that goes beyond 20 or 30% margin is wrong. You get 20 to 30% margin is wrong. But the authority has not come up with a number because these things are fluid. It's about reality. From time to time, crude oil prices goes up and down, and it's the biggest contributor to refined product. Cost of refining is barely $3 to $6 a barrel, depending on how efficient a refiner is. Other costs are barely $4 per barrel. So, but crude oil can move from $60 and move to as much as $100. So crude oil can make the total cost of a product to be very low and can make it very, very high because the other inputs are minimally have less impact. So it's also driven by crude oil. But by and large, I think it's something we'll take back home and see what should we mark as our maximum. But the point of view of that, going beyond 30%, that's not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you, sir, for taking time to respond to all of the questions. Thank you. Please celebrate him once again. The Arsenal fan that is so proud of his club after 22 years. Finally, they can say something. Okay, thank you. Of course, I understand that we have several others that would have loved to ask questions, including Dr. Malami Mohammed. My apologies, sir. Engineer Okechukwu informed me that no more questions should be picked. And of course, we had another brother at the back that wanted questions. So he has informed me that the panel session will treat most of the questions you may want to ask. But if it's not treated during the panel session, please, you ask questions then. Please, can we give him once again another round of applause, Dr. Basaka. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be calling the panelists one after the other. Please, our ushers, once again, help me pick this podium down so that they can have a clear view. Okay. Very first, ladies and gentlemen, is a director of hydrocarbons processing plants and installation at the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority. He is a registered professional engineer with over 20 years of experience in oil and gas pipeline design, operation, maintenance, integrity management, process engineering, refining, metering, petrochemicals, and energy efficiency. Please help me welcome Engineer Dr. Stanley E. Ngene, FNSE, as he is the first panelist for today. The very next panelist, Your Excellencies, is of Halilia Energy Consult. He is a current registered engineer with expertise in energy engineering, committed to innovation, safety, and excellence. Please help me welcome Dr. Abubakar Alkali. Welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Third, the first and only woman, I believe, on the panel is a deputy director at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, has over 16 years of experience in the extractive industry, both in hard rock and soft rock. She is a project management professional with expertise in GIS software application tools and oil and gas policy. Holds an MSc in Geographical Information Systems from the University of Ibadan and BSc in Geology from the same university. Adewale Olamide Adewumi. Please celebrate her. Thank you so much, ma'am. Of course, fourth to join is the Dean Faculty of Engineering at the Nile University of Nigeria and Associate Professor of Petroleum and Gas Engineering with PhD in Chemical Engineering and Analytical Science from the University of Manchester. His research interests include sustainable and renewable energy, waste to energy conversion, and petroleum economics. Of course, Professor Petrus Nzerim. Celebrating, please, as he joins. Fourth, ladies and gentlemen, is our Assistance Programs Chair, an accomplished energy professional with over 15 years of experience specializing in LNG and natural gas markets, gas to power projects, energy economics, and strategic planning. He holds a PhD in Chemical Engineering from Imperial College London, MSc in Gas Engineering from the University of Aberdeen, MSc in Petroleum Economics from the University of... Can you celebrate him? So many accolades to his name. A chartered engineer and a fellow of the Corporate Administrators Institute, the one and only Dr. Malami Mohammed. Celebrate him, please. This is a powerhouse. Can you give these amazing professionals the accolades they deserve? And to manage this session, your moderator for the next 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen, of course, a senior manager at the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Celebrates Moses Gadin, Engineer Moses Gadin. Thank you so much, Engineer Moses. The 1 hour starts now, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. Like the MC has mentioned, is actually a powerhouse, and I'm sure that it's going to be a very engaging section. All right, the 1 hour starts now. So I will begin with Prof, who is just seated right beside me. Professor Petrus Nzerem, when we talk about effective governance in the midstream and downstream petroleum sector, what does that look like in practical terms for a market trying to attract long-term capital?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow panelists. Well, I think the key word there is basically there should be clarity, predictability, basically in the system. Most of what I think Engineer Basaka highlighted in his keynote speech. So in practical terms, governance must provide clarity in licensing and permitting, also consistency in fiscal and regulatory policies. Contracts must be enforceable, and there should be also mechanisms to basically resolve disputes. So for midstream, for the midstream sector, particularly infrastructure investments, such as pipelines, refineries, and so on, are capital intensive. So investors obviously need to be able to forecast their profits over a long term. So if there isn't clarity in the system, then this obviously is not possible. You don't expect someone to invest in a business where maybe there is regulatory flip-flop every now and then. He can't really, business cannot thrive in such an environment. So clarity and predictability in the system is very key in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Now, let's come to the regulator, Dr. Ngene. How is the regulator balancing its role as a strict enforcer of compliance with its role as a business enabler for midstream infrastructure development?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The first thing that comes to mind as a regulator is that if there is no business, you have no job. So, as a regulator, it is your role to ensure continuity of business, while also ensuring that the laws of the land are not being violated. So, how do you regulate? You regulate first by putting up regulatory frameworks. Okay. When you put up those frameworks, you sort of define in details what you need to do, what you want your operator to do, with your result, final result in mind. So in putting up those frameworks, the ultimate thing is to ensure that you don't kill the geese that lays the golden egg. So regulation, as it is practiced today, and as it is practiced in the authority, brings in the stakeholder, protects the business, or rather, should I say, enables the business, and then also ensures that the law is not violated. So okay. It is a combination of business enablement, enforcement, and then creation of a framework.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ngene. Okay, now let me come to the operator, and now I'll be going to Dr. Malami Mohammed. Dr. Malami, from an operator's standpoint, what are the most critical governance uncertainties that currently hinders seamless collaboration with midstream logistics and service providers?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the questions. I think in your question you have several keywords. You talked about critical elements, and also you talked about midstream and downstream collaborations. So if you look at the industry, you know, it's the entire value chain, where you have somebody must operate at the upstream level, produce the gas, and then before the midstream operator will take it, and then at the end of the day, deliver to the market. So from the operator's perspective, for it to make sense, the business, the key financial indicators must definitely make sense. What I mean by that, when you are developing a business, the first thing you have to do is to assess the viability of that business. Forget about the regulator for now. I know we are in the regulator section, but then forget about the regulator for now. From the operator's perspective, the business has to make sense in terms of the returns on investment. What value am I giving to the shareholders? And then at the end of the day, what are the compliances that I need to comply? That will now follow. Because to be honest, if the business is not able to return the required investment, unless if it is a government project, maybe something that has social impact in it, but otherwise, from the operator's perspective, for it to be effective, then you need to have all these commercial indicators. And we have several examples. That's what is hindering growth in terms of domestic utilization of natural gas in Nigeria.
If you look at it, we always talk about 210 TCF of reserves. But how much of that are we using in domestic space? Barely around 8, in fact, the total production is around 8 BCF per day. If you look at the subset of the production, what is actually being utilized within the domestic space is probably less than, let's say, 2-3 BCF. The remaining is being exported. So in a nutshell, from the operator's perspective, for you to have effective governance, I think you need to have all the commercial and the financial indicators satisfied. Then also the compliance issues, the regulators, and also the HSC will now follow. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Let's hear from an expert perspective. Now, Dr. Abubakar Alkali. Doctor, please, how can project developers and consultant design midstream businesses that satisfy strict regulatory compliance while remaining highly attractive to international joint ventures partners? Again, should I take that again?
Well, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. I think there is a missing link there in the sense that, you know, the bottom line has always been about making profit. As engineer has said, the aim, the foremost consideration for every regulator is to look at the fact that if there is no business, then he won't have a job. But at the same time, I also feel that we have to look at the other side as well. There is the need at all times to protect the public interest. So the projects, managers, the project companies, of course, have a duty to protect the public interest. The key thing would be, you see, there are laws. There are laws to be followed. There are already designed templates on how this project should be implemented. But you find out that there's always a gap in, monitoring of these laws. So in most cases, you have like an open check for the project, project managers. You have like an open check where the regulation, is lacking. The NMPDRA and the NUPRC for the upstream have these templates. Okay, these are the templates that satisfy the global best practices. And this is what you should adhere to in your design of this project. So I think the word there is these project managers will have to look at JV partners at all times. They look at, they go by the global templates. Okay, there are no shortcuts. So the project implementers, project managers will have to look at the global best practices based on which the templates, the national templates were designed and go by that. So it's really important that the regulators, step up on monitoring and evaluation. A lot of things are happening in the industry which are not in tandem with the objectives, and they are happening because there is a lack of implementation. I would say, to be honest, there is a very weak regulation regime in the industry, particularly in the downstream sector. So regulation of these projects based on design templates that meet international standards, that meet global best practices, is actually the key to this problem.
Thank you very much. Please, I think you deserve a round of applause. A call for effective regulation of the midstream and downstream projects. Okay, now let me come to the policy maker, Deputy Director from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Adewale Olamide. Ma, regulatory overlap has historically been a bottleneck in Nigerian energy sector. How has the post-PIA regulatory framework improved clarity, and where do we still need stronger administrative bridges?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. When we really want to discuss that, we start from what do we have before the PIA, the advent of the PIA. Before the PIA, you have a situation whereby there were so many duplicity of duties by various agencies. I like to speak with examples because I'm a scientist. A very good example is the issue of Ministry of Environment that was given some kind of licensing at that time. And I had issues where I had to treat complaints from them. At the same time, you have investors coming in and discussing the issue of the fact that they had to go to Ministry of Environment to go get some clearance. And when they still go back to the initial DPR, then they will still have to pay for the same clearance. It might not be all, but there were some overlap. Like there's a particular certification they do then in Ministry of Environment. You do certification to show that you could do basic environmental remediation processes, like oil spill and so on. But one of the beautiful things that PIA did was for PIA to delineate boundaries in terms of duties, to also put to rest the issue that had been that you had other agencies performing these duties, which brought about the NUPRC and NMDPRA. And at the end of the day, it allows, PIA was a correction for anomalies of many years, I think like from 1968, if I may, he used to be my colleague. So 65, okay, I mean 60, so really, one of the things that PIA had done is to create clarity. When you go to, PIA actually is divided into 4 major areas: the fiscal, the administrative, the governance, and the host communities. And it has clearly stated, don't let us get it wrong, PIA is not casted in stone. It will not solve all the problem. But post-PIA, we've had a lot of all these problems sorted. But you asked me another question, which has to do with, another thing that PIA did was that it allowed for shared infrastructure, which brought about the tariff code that was done by NUPRC. Is there anybody from NUPRC here? Oh, everybody's from NMDPRA. Okay, so it's the basic thing that we can see that PIA had done. There are so many things that PIA had done, but one of the major things it had done is for it to clearly state where your power stops and where your own power as agencies, different agencies, begins. So that the beauty of this for an investor is that it doesn't have to go to Office A and be asked to pay or try to get clearance for something, and still go to another Office B and he discovers that part of the things he had dealt with is still being dealt with in this place, and these things are not free. But I always say, anywhere I talk, right from conceptualization, the day you decide, either as a local investor or as a foreign investor, to go and invest in oil and gas, from conceptualization, money starts going out. Now, talking about, you asked another question. You said, where do we need to still create stronger administrative bridges? Yeah. Sir, I will say, you know, PIA is an act. So you can't sit down in your office and begin to amend an act. So what can we do? The best we can do is to begin to point out, because if I begin to discuss PIA today because of the nature of my job, I read PIA back to back. At one time, I was using it to dream. So the loopholes that are still there in PIA creates for some problems. But how can we deal with it? The only point I will share here, because if I begin to share some of these points, we are all from different agencies and we are serving only one father, is data sharing. Data sharing. So that if you go here, what you are told here is what you find in another place. The second one, we need to strengthen our framework. That was why I wanted somebody from NUPRC here. The last licensing rounds, the last 2 days, nobody could upload any documents. We need to move from there. The last licensing rounds, the last 2 days, no investor, even after making payment of $10,000, could upload documents. The site became slow. I'm a government though, so you know I can never say bad about NUPRC or NMDPRA. But strengthening our framework, our institutional and infrastructural framework is the second thing. I said I was going to make one point, but I'm sorry. But we need that. Let me speak about data sharing. I really think we are beyond the age whereby, and data transparency, my brother. As an investor, you want to sit anywhere in the world and be able to check things. We are not talking about leaving your sensitive data out there, but you want to be able to know, before I move, I have some level of information. I don't want to be talking too much about our flaws, but those are part of the things we need to deal with. Data sharing amidst stakeholder, amidst operator, regulator, policymakers, and at times even host communities, because it creates a sense of inclusion whereby they don't feel shortchanged and maligned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So when she was speaking, she mentioned how she had eaten and dreamed with PIA, and you can see the passion to which she spoke concerning that question. I think one more time, she deserves a round of applause. Okay, I will come back to the operator, Dr. Malami. Dr. Malami, how can midstream operators and downstream distributors better collaborate to reduce the unit technical cost of product delivery to the final customer? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Moderator. I think this is also a very interesting question, in the sense that I will use some examples to, illustrate my point. So you talked about collaboration, yeah, and product delivery. So if you look at this system, especially I will be focusing more on the gas. This is where we have a lot of, infrastructure gap. And from the operator's perspective, there are certain basic backbone infrastructure you require from an investor before you can put up a business, because of the nuances of gas business. Gas is different from oil in the sense that when you produce gas, you have to immediately find markets for the product, unlike crude oil. Crude oil, when you produce it, you can either sell to the market directly, you can refine, you can even store But for natural gas, you must think through the value chain, end to end. As you are producing, somebody is waiting there to uptake and make use of the gas. Otherwise, at the end of the day, it all ends in futility. So where collaboration comes is that we recognize that in Nigeria, for instance, we have infrastructural gap, and that's what hinders the development of natural gas in Nigeria. If you recall, and the keynote speaker has mentioned a lot about, inability of investors to come and invest in the sector, and then also talks about the pricing, talk about whatever. So I'm still an operator, so I will talk like one. So whatever that makes sense to me is when I invest this, at the end of the day, I will still recover at minimum. I will recover that investment and also be able to have some markup, no matter how small it is. But in doing that, there are certain things that need to be provided by the government. As an investor, you don't expect me to come and start laying pipeline, gas pipeline from Rumuji or another upstream field from Port Harcourt down to Kano, just as in the case of AKK. You can't do that. By the time you even attempt to do that as a single investor, your business has failed already, because cost overrun will set in. At the end of the day, you will be overwhelmed with the technical, with the financial, and a lot of things. Even the regulators too will not allow you to do that, because that's not your core business. So you need to come together, collaborate, and also develop certain infrastructure, because we are not yet there. We're just trying to develop those infrastructure. And I understand that government cannot do it alone. Because yes, we wait for the government to put up the backbone infrastructure, but as investors, sometimes even the uptakers need to come together to now jointly mobilize funds in order to, to deliver the product. Because one thing that hinders the development of Nigeria as a country is our inability to develop our energy sector. We don't have reliable energy. We have huge in terms of reserves. We always boast of our reserves, 210. We also always talk about, how big we are as a country. But to be honest, if we are not able to address certain things, we cannot make progress. And again, those things, like I said, are very capital intensive. Like, just imagine the pipeline we're talking about. Just imagine that just one company will need to put up the pipeline investment from AKK, from Ajakuta to Kano. It's not possible. And for you to deliver gas, for you to, to deliver gas to off-takers, whether power sector, whether the gas-based industry, whether the commercial sector, you need that piece of pipeline. Otherwise, at the end of the day, you're not going to do that. You're not going to achieve whatever business you want to achieve. So bottom line is that we must recognize that as operators, as the players in the industry, sometimes we need to come together with full resources and jointly develop those critical infrastructure. And that way, we'll be able to reduce the technical cost of delivery of the product. In fact, if we don't do that, we wait for the government to come and do it for us, we'll wait till I don't know when, to be honest. So I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Very much. So he spoke very passionate about the need for both the public, the private sector to collaborate in bringing energy closer to the final consumer. Thank you very much. Please, one more time, let's applaud him. Let me come to the regulator, Dr. Ngene. With the push towards cleaner energy like CNG and LPG, what strategic governance mechanisms are being put in place to ensure product quality, standard pricing, and public safety across the value chain of the midstream and downstream?
Thank you very much, the moderator. Once again, the major or the core function of the regulator is to ensure safety of the environment, safety of the people, and then also ensure that the nation is moving upward economically. For LPG and CNG, already there are regulations in place to ensure that the quality of product entering into the market does not fall short. That specifications are made by SON, although because SON makes specification for other products, not only on oil and gas products. But it's our responsibility to ensure that those specifications are complied with. So for midstream companies that are involved in processing of CNG and LPG, we already have on ground a framework to monitor them to ensure that whatever they're pushing to the market conforms with the specifications from SON, that is the NIS specification. On projects, just like everybody knows that we have great infrastructure gap, especially when it comes to gas. Over the years, the oil industry has been an oil tin. It's only on recent times that we started talking about gas. Seeing obviously that we have a great reserve of gas across the nation. So we are also encouraging regulation, we are also encouraging investment through regulation for development of infrastructure to support usage of LPG, CNG, and other form of gases, which in government policy is being regarded as a transition fuel. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ngene. Professor Nzeren, let me come to you. And this question is actually from the student. You know, we also have students who are also participating in this section. So, Prof, as Nigeria transitions towards CNG, LNG, and EV technologies, how can academia and industry players collaboratively engineer a standardized curriculum to train the next generation of technical experts? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for that question, and my students as well. Well, the truth is the traditional petroleum engineer is not equipped basically with the, should I say, right set of skills to midwife, if you like, this transition. And the reason for that is basically there is a disconnect between the universities, the academia, polytechnics, as well as the industry and government. So we actually need to rethink the entire technical manpower development to be able to manage this transition. So one of the ways in doing that, obviously, is through curriculum development. Oftentimes, the gap between one curriculum and the other is actually quite long. For instance, before the new current CCMAS curriculum came about, and I think that was 2 years ago. The previous NUC curriculum was in 2007. So you can imagine from 2007 to 2023, for instance, that's covering a period of over 16 years. So that sort of gap, doesn't help in this sort of situation. And even when the curriculum development takes place, you find out that it's more or less an academic exercise. There isn't input from the industry who we are producing these, these graduates for. You just see a long list of professors as those who have, basically undertaken this curriculum development. So there needs to be input from the industry. That aside, even within university governance, because the beautiful thing about the new CCMAS curriculum is it has moved away from actually prescribing that we do so this course or that course. So it has given the universities flexibility to also make inputs. But even in making those inputs, do we involve the industries? Most often than not, we don't. So in also developing our curriculum, we need to ensure that we involve the industries. We need to also involve the regulators, maybe through mechanisms like industry advisory boards, for instance, who can advise on what the skill gaps are in the industry, and actually also make recommendations in terms of courses that can fill in those gaps. And even because they in the industry, they know where the technology is going, so they can forecast and actually advise the universities on how to plug these gaps, and prepare the graduates, to actually fill those skill gaps, and not just produce, theoretical graduates or graduates who are very deep on theory, but when it comes to practicalizing this knowledge, they are found wanting or lacking. So I think I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much. Student, I expect that you should do better than that. Thank you very much, Prof. Let me come to Adewale Adewumi. You spoke very passionately, and it's quite very important that this question is directed to you. With your experience and the knowledge that you have shared earlier on, in what ways can robust governance framework transition our midstream and downstream sector from being purely transactional to become highly collaborative ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I said something earlier when I was answering the initial question. I spoke about the fact that the first thing that comes to the mind of an investor when he's coming out to invest in any either upstream, midstream, or downstream infrastructure is that he's going to make profit. Just like my colleague said just now. And you will realize, just like I said, that from the first day, you start spending money. You start looking for data, getting your acts together, and before you know it, you have not moved even from where you are, and you are already spending money. So in the business of this oil and gas, all the stream that we're discussing, there are two parties. There is the government, which end that we stand, and there is the operator. How do you end up, but how do we deal with issues such that it doesn't just turn out that an investor will just think they are all out for profit? Now, one of the major aspects that the PIA dealt with this is to give tax holidays, such that to give tax holidays, to give clearance, to give you time, like this last bidding process. If you know, usually when you start with an OPL, you move it to OML. That time, they are giving incentive in such a way that if you've not drilled your wildcat as at the time there is stipulated, which is usually 2 years, you can come back and give reasons why you have not punched your first well, and you will be allowed to continue, most especially when there are no data set for that particular block. Now, another thing is transparency, whereby you remove human intervention. Now, most of the time, everything that needed to be done is now done online. You don't have your files moving from tables to table. You can sit down in the comfort of your office and open the website or the platforms for many of these registration, and you pay directly to the federal government. That creates an investor's confidence in such a way that the investor believes that I am not doing this, I'm just going to have to go from office to office, the interest of the government. It creates, let me put it in a better way, it gives the impression that even though the government of that country is interested in making profit, they are also interested in the investor having a clear environment to play in that sector. The last point I will put in is stability. Oftentimes, we all know, I think the least you could have for an FDP is minimum of like 4 to 5 years, if I'm right, you are the operator. So when you have such, through tariff system, clarity, they want to see, what am I going to pay? They want to see from the beginning, I can sit down and determine not everything. You know, in FDP, that's field development, you have your CapEx and your OpEx. And usually your OpEx moves so easily because you will not know. But they want to be able to determine to some extent the cost. And all these things can only be done if there is full disclosure and transparency. I'm closing with one of the things that has been done is this issue of beneficial ownership. You are smiling. This beneficial ownership. Beneficial ownership has created that opportunity whereby it's very clear for an investor to have that understanding that when, based on the PIA, if you've kept a particular block you've won for 5 years, and you have not developed, you have not done your first block, you have not drilled your first block, it moves back, automatically moves back to the national basket. That's DPR basket. It's actually national. That's NUPRC basket, sorry. Excuse my DPR. So it's, that is another thing. This, I think I've mentioned like 4 now. Yes. So those are some of the things that has made them to understand that it's no longer transactional, not because, oh, he's the child of a former president. We've seen it in this country, and he held a block for 25 years, and he never worked it. But so all those things have been laid to rest through the PIA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the key things that she spoke about is transparency. Governance must have to do with transparency. Please, one more time, let's appreciate her. Let me come to Dr. Alkali. Please, how can independent, no, this question wouldn't be for you. Okay, Dr. Alkali, looking at successful global benchmarks, how have other resource-rich nations used governance to seamlessly integrate their midstream gas infrastructure with downstream industrial clusters?
Well, thank you again. Just before I do that, I would like to maybe add one or two things in the question before the last one. That is on how the academia, can I do that?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I think there is actually a very huge gap, and once the manpower is not captured in the overall strategy, then you continue to have a gap. Though I would like to also emphasize here that I'm not sure if we have really started that Nigeria, if we have really started, taking part in this energy transition. Okay, but that's another topic entirely. Now, in the academia now, you actually find out that, just like Prof said, you need to, the best way to go is to go through the curriculum. Now, CCMAS, for example, check out the CCMAS for petroleum engineering. You actually find out that you have only 2 drilling courses, 2 in the whole 5 years, only 2 drilling courses. I used to teach that course, those courses, 2 drilling courses in the, so the CCMAS is actually needs an upgrade. It's very, very defective. Now, even in the CCMAS, you find out that the transition is not captured. We need to have courses in renewable energy in the CCMAS. Yes, if we want to go with the transition so that our students will be trained to take part in that transition, we need to have courses in renewable energy. We need to have courses in solar power. We need to have courses in solar panel fabrication and installation. Such courses in the CCMAS, and that's for the NUC to work on. But if we don't have curricula, the right curricula, which fits into the transition, then we will continue to have those gaps. The whole CCMAS, on energy is centered around oil and gas. Then how will you now train students? Will you expect your students to take part in the transition to renewable energy? Okay, so I think that is something that the NUC needs to look at. Now, on the issue of the midstream, look, I almost actually forgot my question while trying to answer someone else's question.
Okay, let me take it again. Yeah. Looking at the successful global benchmark, how has other resource-rich nations...
Thank you. Benchmarks, yeah, benchmarks. To be honest, resource-rich nations in terms of oil and gas resources have obviously better framework in terms of utilization, in terms of regulation, in terms of even budgeting. Now, when you have, for example, a benchmark, a benchmark on an oil pricing benchmark, okay, and you cannot effectively utilize that benchmark in your budgeting process, okay? In your budgeting process. We have seen so many flip-flops in our budgeting process, in the budget, because that budget, the whole expenditure of the country is, you know, is driven majorly by that oil benchmarks, okay? By that oil, I mean, in synergy with other sources of revenue. Now, when you have a benchmark and you can't utilize, you have a global benchmark which doesn't fit, okay, into your ground peculiarities, then you end up having a defective budgeting system. So I think those countries that have used those resources, as I said, they have better regulatory framework. Look, our regulatory system is very weak. Okay, sorry to say, it's very, very weak. It's very weak. We were just talking about pricing stability. Okay, we have pricing stability. And you have a situation where the importer or the refinery, Dangote in this case, okay, can just wake up and fix a price and he goes to sleep, okay? Because of the weakness of the regulatory system. I was asking a question and our director actually answered my question, but then I was still rolling it over my head. Why is it that the government doesn't have a margin, okay, a percentage, to say, okay, if you bring PMS, you must not go above 10%. Because the director was saying 20 to 30%. Okay, now why is it that the government will not say, look, if you import PMS and your production, your refining cost rather, is 600 naira, you must not, your profit must not exceed 20% of that production cost and other, I mean, putting in other expenses, okay? If it is 800 naira, refining 600, miscellaneous 200, 800 naira per liter, why can't we say, okay, the cost of that PMS per liter should not exceed 960.
Okay, Dr. Kali, I've just been notified, so you can just, in 30 seconds, just bring your thoughts.
Okay,
together.
okay. So the bottom line actually is that we actually need to upgrade our regulatory framework and also compliance strategy. And then also we need to be able to say, okay, this is our budget and this is the benchmarks, the oil benchmarks, the global oil benchmark, and we should be able to actually prepare our budget, you know, based on a realistic benchmark which can be monitored over time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have just less than 3 minutes. I'll just take 30 seconds from each of us to hear your final thoughts on the theme, strengthening collaboration through effective governance of the midstream and downstream petroleum sector. Let me start with Dr. Malami. Dr. Malami, please, your final thought in 30 seconds, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think just to summarize, for us to have effective governance of the industry, I think we need to have collaboration. And not only the collaboration, to be honest, we need to have like consistency in terms and predictability in terms of regulations, because I will also give you an example from the operator's perspective. I wouldn't want to come and build my business on uncertainty, because you cannot model uncertainty.
Yeah.
When you come and then you develop your project, you have your own project economics, you have your projected cash flow. So your projection is based on certain indices. For instance, in the power sector, for instance, I build a power plant, and the minimum utilization or generation capacity I build my model is 90%. So tomorrow I wake up and then the system operator or the TCN tells me that, okay, you can only generate 50%. Next tomorrow, you can only generate 10%. So market doesn't really, in fact, from the operator standpoint, we don't like that. We want to have consistency in terms of whatever prediction we want to have.
Consistency?
Because, yes, consistency and transparency. Because if that is not consistent, at the end of the day, you build your model and then the model will just simply fail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Now, your final thought in 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Dr. Ngene, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The summary of my thought is that the Petroleum Industry Act has done a lot of work for us, and the act has actually helped the industry a lot. Expectations may be high, but we all should remember that the act is just less than 5 years old. The industry regulators have done pretty well, and regulation, like I started with, is not about enforcing law only. It's also about ensuring that there's business continuity.
That's correct.
So there may be where we are not getting it 100% right now, but there are obvious reasons why we cannot just raise the hammer and hit it on the operator as you would have expected. So over time, things will get better because there are already frameworks that has been developed. There are regulations that has been gazetted, and then we are gradually getting to where we should be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngene. All right, Prof, let's come to you. Please, in 30 seconds, your final thoughts.
So for me, effective governance is not just about control. It should be about building trust. It should be about coordination. It should be about building collaboration. It should be about building competence. And to do all this, there needs to be that handshake between operator, the academia, as well as regulator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then finally, we'll take the final thought from Adewale Adewumi. Ma, please, your final thought. Oh, sorry. I'll come to you, Dr. Akali.
Thank you very much. For me, it's about stability. What do I mean by stability? Stability in terms of the go-tos. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, thank you. Stability in terms of the go-tos. As government changes, one of the things you'll notice is that investors wait. What is the new thing this government is going to bring? You are shaking your head. The operator is shaking his head. And where I will conclude in a single line is that the stability is as simple as you move money that I'm supposed to pay, that I know I'm supposed to pay it at NUPRC. You wake up, I'm going to FIRS. Then you start learning to open doors. So these are some, so I will call it maintaining the investor's mental stability. Is something I'm working on presently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Akali, let's have your final thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. I think the industry has a lot of potentials, but right now we have to go with the global trend. And renewable and unconventional sources of energy is the way to go. The governance in the industry, including the Ministry of Industry, has to include this transition from fossil fuels to renewable and unconventional sources of energy. And also, I would like to say that governance should also include, promoting local content in the industry. Indigenous companies, indigenous operators should be supported by the government so that Nigeria can actually hold its industry. Right now, a lot of the operations industry are mortgaged out through JVs, and all that. And I also like to look at pricing stability. I still keep repeating it. Okay, the fact that the industry, downstream sector of the industry is deregulated does not mean that operators, companies, private sector can actually fix prices at will. The government should ensure that the public interest is protected by fixing a percentage profit for a liter of PMS. Don't go beyond this. If you do, then there are penalties to pay. And lastly, I would like to say that the PIA should be, should also review the current PIA 2021. It needs amendment because as it stands, the NNPC is not, giving the right output because it is, partly doing the work of a regulator and operator at the same time, although the PIA has done some justice to that. Now, the amendment of that act should actually ensure that the Nigeria plots an oil company, that is purely into exploration and production, away from the management of joint ventures.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akali. You spoke very passionate about the call for pricing framework for the downstream sector and the need for us to also begin to look at how we can amend the PIA. I believe, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a very technical and engaging section. I think my panelists indeed deserve a round of applause. Let's make it louder for them. And let me also use this opportunity to thank all my panelists and also thank SPE Abuja for putting this program together to deepen the midstream and downstream petroleum sector. One more time, please, let's appreciate every one of us. Thank you very much. It has been a very good time. Thank you.
You agree with me that our moderator did an amazing work. Another round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Engineer Gardin. Please remain seated. Moderators would like to welcome our superstar section chair as he represents their thank you plaques to them. First of all, thank you, Dr. Malami Mohammed, for the amazing contribution on the panel. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. We also thank Professor Petrus Nzerim, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, now University of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. Section Chair is giving his boss a plaque. Thank you so much, sir. Of course, up next, Dr. Alkali Abubakar. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind contribution. And we hope the next time SPE Abuja calls you, you would always tell us a big yes. Thank you. Engineer Dr. Stanley Ngene, you did an amazing work as a panelist. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you, Director. And of course, the only woman that held 5 men down, Adewale Olamide, Deputy Director at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Thank you, ma'am. Women should clap better for her now. Celebrate her. Thank you. And of course, the last but not least, Engineer Gadin, the moderator per excellence. Celebrate him, please. Thank you. Thank you. And then we'll do a family photo. A family photo, please. All of Okay, before that, we'd like to also give the keynote speaker a thank you plaque. Thank you so much to Dr. Hosani Basaka. Please celebrate him. Thank you to the keynote speaker. So he'll join them for a family photo. Yes, and the Arsenal fan, 22 years. Family photo, please. Programs chair, please join them. Committee members, please, you can join them. Engineer Okechiku, Zalifa, please join them, please. Roommate, please join them. Abdul Rafi, please join them. Of course, thank you so much. Join them on stage. Thank you so much for making this a success. Amazing. Please celebrate them once again, please. I'd like to announce that we have the Gas Safety Conference coming up on the 30th of June. Kindly ensure you visit Flessen and Company LinkedIn page so that you can register. Thank you so much to all of our amazing speakers, panelists. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Please celebrate them. Oh, please hold on, VIPs, hold on. Can we have the group photo first? Please. Because after this is the vote of thanks. Please, everybody, please, a group photo. So that they don't come out again. Everybody, please, a group photo. So that we don't make our VIPs come out again, please. Everybody, please, a group photo. Because you are part of history. This is the first time, the first edition of the Abuja Energy and Governance Week, and you are part of history. Please, everybody, please join them. I know that our photographers will know how to Photoshop everybody into the photo. Amicable is here in the building. Amicable, I know you can do it. Thank you very much. You don't want to be part of history. Why are you still sitting down, please? Thank you, sir, please. Okay. When I say SPE, you respond with culture of excellence. Abuja section is known as a section with culture of excellence. When I say SPE Abuja, please respond with culture of excellence. Give your thumbs up and give us a very warm smile. SPE. You're not loud enough. SPE Abuja. Gift and Wenre. SPE Abuja. Thank you. You may go back to your seat. Let's continue with the events right now, Your Excellencies. Of course, we had a raffle draw earlier on, courtesy our sponsors, and we would like to announce the winner of that raffle draw. We will be announcing the winner of the raffle draw. Thank you, Professor Petrus. Thank you so much. Please have your seats. If you know you picked a piece of paper from Flessen and Company, I think you should be looking at what you picked. It is a 2-number word. It's two numbers. So if you pick from 0 to 9, sorry. But if you pick from 11 up, you are lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, to announce the winner and to give the gift, help me welcome from Flessen and Company, the amazing Aisha Tuko. Please, Aisha, please come over and announce the winner, and let's know who will get the gift. Okay, the first number I've gotten won the raffle draw. If you know, check your papers. 11 is not 11, 12 is not 12, it's not 13, it's not 14, it's not 15, it's not 16, it's not 17, it's not 18, it's not 19, it's not 20. It's between 21 and 30, but it's not 30. It's not 29. Ladies and gentlemen, if your number is not 25, it's not 26, it's not 27, it's not 28, it's not 21, it's number 22. Who got number? Arsenal, 22 years. Come now, come. Arsenal won match 22 years later. And of course, number 22 has just gotten a raffle draw ticket winning from Flessen and Company. What do you have to say to Flessen and Company?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to actually, this is surprising actually, so I haven't prepared for this. So I would say a big thank you to Flessen and Company for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Flexing and Company for always supporting our events. They have an event on 30th June, the Gas Safety Conference. Please go to their page and register. Of course, to give a final thank you remark, the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that has been having a sleepless night planning this event from months now, ladies and gentlemen, a very fine gentleman. Please celebrate engineer Abdurafi Egbeyemi as he comes for his vote of thanks. Is that how you celebrate your committee chair?
Good afternoon, industry leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests. I don't think I should take credit for this alone. So please, if there are any other members of the committee here, please, if you can just stand. Dr. Rume, please, if you can join me here. Zalifat, okay. I know you don't want to be put on the spot, but it will be unfair for me to take the singular credit for the success that we've achieved. All our volunteers, all our students, all our young professionals that have contributed to the success of this. We had just 1 month to put this together. So I'm sure you can imagine the rigor we had to do to ensure that we were able to bring such a high level of personalities to come and discuss pertinent issues that affect us, all of us in the energy industry. That is kind of what SPE stands for. So I want to thank you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to speak. To all our panelists, to all our sponsors, we did not give you as much time as we would have loved to, but you still came through for us, so we want to thank you. I also want to thank the amazing team that worked with us to put this together. I barely just held the title, but the work was done by everyone here. So I want to thank all of you, our students, our volunteers who have outdone themselves. Yesterday we were at the Garki market to give back, and we're here today, and we still have a YP event happening before the end of this week. So a lot of work has been done, and all of these people came through without expecting much or expecting anything in return, and they've outdone themselves. So I want to appreciate every single one of you for the work we've put together and putting together this event. And to everyone that has attended, I know it's not easy to bring everyone out and have you spend your entire day here with us. We don't take it for granted, and we hope and look forward to having you at subsequent events. SPE is a body, it's a voluntary body, so we expect that for those of you that have not joined SPE, we hope that this would motivate you to pick up a form and become part of this. This is just one of the kind of events we hold. We hold a lot of technical events. We have a flagship event, which is nice, that happens in August. So we hope that you would join and participate in SPE activities going forward. I can't thank everybody enough. The success of this event has not been just for us or just by us. It's been a collaborative effort by us SPE and everyone that has made our time to be here. So thank you so much. This week, this is a maiden edition. So this week stands for two strong things for us Arsenal fans. So aside from holding the maiden edition of the SPE Week, Abuja Energy and Governance Week, after 22 long tortoise years, we've been able to celebrate a premiership win as an Arsenal fan. So thank you very much. That's on a lighter note. So thank you very much, and I wish us all safe travels back to our destinations. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, committee chair, and everybody, of course, our programs chair here. Thank you, Professor Kafayat Adeyemi. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that just before you go into the cafeteria for dinner, a meal ticket will be given to you. So please ensure you get a meal ticket before you go into the cafeteria to get your lunch. At this point, we come to the end of this conference. Of course, the conversation continues. My name is Ofofono Nokban. Oh, give me a round of applause too now. Did I try? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, can we rise as we wrap up with the national anthem? Please. Thank you. Technical, on the 3, the first stanza only. 2, 1, and go. Nigeria, healthy, native, do, medifa, brotherhood we stand. Father. Thank you. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, VIPs first to the lunch arena, and then delegates can join VIP shortly. Ensure you exchange contacts, you make new friends. Of course, business continues. And bye for now. To our virtual participants, thank you as well. Bye for now.